Hey everybody, I'm back. The final 5 hours of the Superhero TV 24-hour live stream begins right now. I am flying solo. I'm all by my lonesome now, and this is miraculously, amazingly, the first time this entire day, this whole 24 hours, that I have been all by my lonesome. I've had so many co-hosts, so many friends and colleagues popping in, helping me out, and it's just too late for everybody now, which is totally understandable. And now I'm just all by myself, so we'll see if I can stay coherent. This is probably the time that I, most could use somebody to keep me awake, but, people gotta go to bed. People have lives and things to do, and I'm a crazy person, and I think you might see more of my insanity as I'm just talking to myself as time goes on. But if you're watching live, drop me a line, will you? And I will interact with you in the comments, because that might help me to keep some of my sanity. Let's see if folks are back here. If I can find... Where's my... Hold on. There we go. Sorry, I gotta pull my comments up here. I can do this all day. People are quoting Captain America. Okay, we still have a few folks in the comments. We are going to go to X-Men now. It's Nightcrawler, Season 4, Episode 1. And been a long time since I've seen this. We'll see how much of this I even remember. And I'm going to play it, and I'm going to talk about it. Or at least I'm going to occasionally say things as I'm watching this. Sync up with me if you have Disney Plus, and get ready to press play when I say now. Yes, Rockman, it is a lot like Ian Malcolm in Jurassic Park. Okay, here we go. Everybody, please press play right now. Yeah, it's just feel kind of weird. I've been talking with people in the room with me all day long. Now it's just me all by myself. So, this is one of those shows that I love for nostalgic reasons, and that I think still holds up in some ways. There's certainly a lot of merit going back to this show, but it is cornier certainly than I remember when I was a kid. But it was really nice to have a cartoon show like this that felt like it was really about something. Obviously, just inherently what X-Men has to say about bigotry and intolerance and everything. This was kind of mine, and I think a lot of kids' first exposure to those notions, and looking at that as a metaphor for some of the things that we might see in real life that we couldn't articulate. Oh my god, that owl's looking right at me! Nightcrawler is a character that I'll never understand why he wasn't in more episodes of the show. It would have been nice if we had kind of changed the roster a little bit like Claremont was always doing, or just added to it occasionally. Nightcrawler was a character that, of course, was super popular, and that fans of the show that weren't reading comics, I think, latched onto just with this first appearance. I think he pops up maybe again later, but I forget. I didn't realize Bob Harris was a story consultant on this show. Really nice sense of atmosphere here. Really digging all the shadow work. Nice silhouette stuff with Nightcrawler. And yeah, Rodman, you're right about Morph. I mean, he does come back later, because of course we have to do that, but at least at the time, it absolutely made it feel more weighty and like anything could happen. Loving the animation in this section. This looks different from a lot of the show. That's what I remember about this, is that there was a little bit more texture to the animation in this opening bit. Or just in this episode in general, I mean. I'm not sure if it's just the scene. Well, yeah, Avi Arad is why a lot of these series got made. At least had a lot to do with that, Robert. Bamf! The word you're looking for is Banff. Captain Hall, this episode is Nightcrawler. So downtime for the X-Men, as we're focusing on this other mutant. Oh, that's weird. Disney Plus added a space between Night and Crawler. That's odd. Yeah, this episode looks different than some of the rest of the show, I think. That's a thing we do in the show a lot. When men are confused by things women say, they put their hand behind their head. They just do this. Aw, shucks. Wow, yet another, like, really over-exaggerated accent. That is what the show is most known for, is the theme song and Wolverine and over-exaggerated accents. Yeah, Robert, if you're young enough to have grown up with Rogue in the movies, obviously this is a totally different character. I was jarred the other way, because the Rogue in the movie is based as much on Kitty Pryde as she is on actual Rogue. And I think at the time when that movie came out, I didn't even realize why Rogue had some of the powers she has in this. And so, like, she's super strong and able to fly and stuff, and I assume she was just born with a lot of, like, she's just lucky. She's born with a lot of powers. Or it's a trade-off thing where it's like, well, if you touch somebody, you steal their life force, and you hurt them, and you might kill them, but at least you have these other, useful powers. And it turns out that's not the case. At least in this, she takes powers from Miss Marvel, and permanently, because she kills her, and then hangs on to those powers. This show did kind of let people die here and there. It skirted around it, didn't talk about it like that, but it did feel like the stakes were higher, and that there were kind of more consequences to violence and stuff than in a lot of other shows. And I still don't understand, I talked about this earlier when we did Spider-Man, 90s Spider-Man, how this and Spider-Man were on the same network, but this didn't seem to have some of the same censorship issues that Spider-Man did. I don't get it. Yeah, I'm with you, Robert, that Last Stand totally wasted Rogue. More overly exaggerated accents. Robert, that's hilarious. Calm down, Wolverine. It's just snow. Yeah, Wolverine gets overly upset about everything. So, like with most characters in the show, we are pretty faithful to their original comic book counterparts. Nightcrawler is a devout Catholic. A devout German Catholic. He doesn't scar his body like he does in X2 over it, though. Is that one for every sin? Charlie wants to know if I'm feeling sleepy. I'm doing alright. I'm making it. We'll see what happens when I have to do all the talking. It's able to kind of rely on other folks for a few hours if we were getting into the wee hours in the morning. It is already 5 a.m. I have been doing this for over 15 hours. No, I'm sorry, 15. Almost 20 hours. Because, sleepy or not, I'm not great with math. Is this the episode where Wolverine kind of finds Jesus? I don't think so. I mean, I haven't seen this in a long time, but I don't think there's really any kind of religious message in this, or like somebody kind of has to learn anything from these monks, that's actually about religion, so much as just like maybe an inner peace thing or something. You know, like what they can teach us, even if we don't believe what they believe. But I don't want to overly analyze a thing that I don't remember that well. I'm not reviewing this because we're going. Oh, I thought it was just a cabinet of milk. Oh, Mutala, you said you're in South Africa, right? He says it's 1 p.m. there right now. I wondered if the only folks I would have this late would be people for whom it was like afternoon where they are. We are back up to 18 people at 5 a.m. Where I'm at anyway. You guys are great. Thanks so much for hanging out with me and being here. I have just had so much fun with this. Just the best time. You know, the X-Men should know that if they go on vacation, they're not really going to get to go on vacation. Because it's just an opportunity for another adventure. Nightcrawler just has one of the coolest designs of any of the X-Men. And of course, he's one of the most unusual, but still kind of human-looking characters, where he's only got 3 fingers. And such and so on. I don't remember if this show goes as far as dealing with all of the soap opera with Nightcrawler and Mystique and all of that. Because again, I can't remember how often he shows up. Yeah, Rockman, I used Nightcrawler in the arcade game some as well. That's the one with Dazzler, right? No, TH 1 he doesn't. It seems like somebody is always after Nightcrawler. It's like if you can teleport, somebody's always trying to grab you. Yeah, I wonder if we're supposed to be sort of, I don't want to say foreshadowing, but like if we have it in the back of our minds, the familial relation between Nightcrawler and Logan, this, like in this episode. Mutali, I have not played the X-Men Apocalypse game on PS2. I didn't even know about that. Or if I did, I'd forgotten about it. Soundtrack is a little bit overdone here, I think. Oh, yeah, okay. It does show us Mystique, but I don't think he knows it's Mystique. And he joins the Munich circus and becomes the Incredible Nightcrawler. Now I want to watch X2 again. I don't watch X2 quite as often as I used to, mostly because now I've got it in Days of Future Past to oscillate between. I think I have decided that Days of Future Past is technically the better film. Or at least I like it slightly better, but it's hard to say that because I have such a soft spot for that movie. For X2. Yeah, that's interesting, Robert. The backstory is like Hunchback of Notre Dame meets Moses. Yeah, that's true. It is like that. Gambit, take off that coat. You look silly. Are you guys that cold inside? Why are we still wearing these big, heavy coats? Wolverine, I feel like you're always forcing that voice, and you gotta work really hard to try to make that your normal, like, organic voice. Like, now look, Bob! I have important things to say, see? Yeah, that's true. Rogue doesn't even have sleeves right. Wait. Man, just everything sets him off. Which I like the Spider-Man episode with the X-Men, particularly the Beast stuff, but there is some really silly stuff in it, especially the action with Wolverine and Spider-Man just rolling. We talked about some rolling earlier. This guy looks like he needs to be in a 90s Capcom fighting game. Like the guy in red there. Like, he belongs in World Heroes or something. Ah! Wolverine, are you gonna get religion? Is this a scene where you get religion? Now, I don't remember how this ends. It might be the kind of story where it would be really hard to. I mean, I guess you could just tell a different story. But I was going to say to like contrive a reason for Nightcrawler to go back with them and then become an X-Man and be in the mansion. Because I said earlier, maybe he should have been added to the regular cast. But I don't really remember what we do with this. Yes, Catherine Hall. Screaming helps me stay awake. I have to do that periodically, and I apologize for the clipping at the top of the peaks in the microphone. McCon, that's a name I don't recognize. Welcome. I am watching the first episode of Season 4 of X-Men Nightcrawler. Did I mention who asked for this? This was a John Henry pick. Yes, indeed. Oh, and I was gonna leave. Man, Wolverine, just nobody can make you happy right now, dude. I like that we don't, I mean, sometimes we oversimplify things in this show, of course, but we're not fully vilifying humans that just don't understand the mutants and are afraid. So we're not saying, well, they're just, like, they're all idiots or straight up evil. It's just, like, we're raised a certain way. We think this guy's a demon. It's nice that there's a sense of understanding, even though we're acknowledging that these people are wrong. Because after all, if what we're asking, if as mutants what we're asking for from the humans is understanding, if we don't give them the same, then we're not solving any problems. Yeah, we definitely overdo the sad sack thing, Robert. With Wolverine. I just can't take you seriously in that whole getup. Once again, that's an action figure that I would like to have. That was surreal for a minute with Rogue, like, in front of that painting, where I was like, where are you right now? And who are these people? Oh, they're not people. They're part of a painting that you're flying in front of. Robert, you have a lot of good points. He mentions... Oh, my God, that scream is hilarious. She mentions that a third of mutants are literally blue for some reason. That is true. There's a lot of blue mutants. And not as many green ones as you might expect. I don't know what the story is behind that. Why we just keep coloring mutants blue. Oh, that's cool that he, like, flashed through the robe, although I don't completely understand how he can make sure that whatever he's touching does or does not come with him. Like, I would assume it's just, if it's kind of touching his skin, it goes with him. So I guess he's not touching the robe. So does his stuff have to be skin tight? But then he has, I guess I'm overthinking this, but like, you know, he has the red thing like over his regular skin tight outfit. So like, why doesn't he like bamf out of that if he can bamf out of a coat. But it's cool looking. That fire is colored weird, such that it doesn't really look like fire. Look at that. That's weird. It's like partly purple flames. yeah, it did kind of look like his head exploded at first. Oh, man. So, I don't know. Like I said, this is a good setup for Nightcrawler, but, like, I wish there was more stuff with him in the show. This is some of the best the animation looks in this, or at least character models. I feel like this is, in this particular episode, we're basing the drawing a lot on a particular artist, but I can't put my finger on who. But so I don't exactly know what a Captain America show would have been like. If it came out in this period, I think it would have been like Hulk, where it just had a whole lot of guest stars. Like, I think it would have just kind of turned into an Avengers show.
What about the monastery?
A great tragedy. But it was only stone and mortar. The foundation God has built in our hearts can never be destroyed. I don't get you.
Yeah, so no, Wolverine does not find Jesus. Oh, well, he is handed a Bible, though. I don't mind that. I mean, I don't feel like it's a preachy thing, like telling kids to go read their Bibles or whatever. And I like that it doesn't shy away from that Nightcrawler is, like, that's his ideology and worldview. What he believes in. Again, gives these characters a little bit more dimension than you usually got on Saturday Morning, where, you know, they each come from different places and they have different beliefs and different values. And that's important in an X-Men thing, because the whole point is tolerance for people that are not like you, that you don't understand. And so everybody needs to be different. That's why I tend to like X-Men uniforms that are all different. I guess that's an oxymoron. If they're different, they're not uniforms. But, like, they each have their own outfits. Making the statement, we're not all the same. Oh, okay, he does kind of find Jesus at the end. Okay. Well, maybe he already believed in God, but he's just, you know, he'd kind of fallen out of that, and then he was moved by Nightcrawler. I don't hate that ending, even with that. Yeah, I see. Robert, I thought you were just guessing. I didn't realize that actually. No, that does. It does actually happen. Wow. Robert, how many of these 90s Marvel shows are supposed to be in the same continuity? I think most of them, and some of them you can't tell until they kind of retroactively do it. Like, I wouldn't have guessed that Fantastic Four show was in the same continuity as Spider-Man until they crossed them. But I think the Hulk show is in the same continuity as those. So Spider-Man, X-Men, Fantastic Four, I think Hulk. And then beyond that, I'm not sure. I have to be reminded of what exactly there even was. Okay, we're going to go ahead and go into an X-Men Evolution episode now. And let me find it real quick. Okay, this one was requested by Sean O'Brien. It's an episode called Mainstream, Season 3, Episode 3. Now, I'm going to be way out of my element on this, because I've only ever seen a little bit of the show, and I probably haven't watched an episode of X-Men Evolution in 15 years or more. So, good luck to me. I'm not going to know the status quo. I'm going to have no idea what's going on. I don't know why this episode was selected and what I am in for. Mainstream. So we'll see. We'll see what this is like. I don't remember a ton about this show. Unlike what we just watched, Nightcrawler is a major character in this. Gets a lot of episodes. I remember that. I remember Mystique doing a lot of kind of sneaking around and manipulations in the background of the first season. And I know this is a lot of people's childhood, and this was just a little bit past my time. This was on when I was in high school. Okay, guys. Is everybody ready? Episode 3 of Season 3 of X-Men Evolution. It's on Disney Plus, so you can watch it with me if you got it rigged up. And we're going to jump right into it. Again, no idea what I'm in for. Everybody, please press play right now. Man, I've watched so many shows. Marvel and DC and everything in between. I remember not loving the character models in this show. But we'll see how I feel about it now. I have not watched it in a long time.
Knew it! You drink right from the curtain.
Kurt, I was gonna finish the whole thing.
Okay, then drink up. Just about a half a gallon left.
And I remember thinking Nightcrawler was a little bit irritating.
Nice try. Nothing behind me but the wall. Is that the Brotherhood?
Come on, let's chase
Man, I feel like I'm just getting thrown right in the middle of a story arc here. I don't know if I am, but I don't know what exactly is going on with the Brotherhood right now. That was just referenced. I don't know who's in the Brotherhood. Who are these creepy looking guys?
Who are you?
Well, I'm assuming mutants of some kind. Man, it's so weird going back and looking at this. I never spent a lot of time in the show. This did not have the best theme song. A little generic. I like that Wolverine kind of has his brown costume in the show. Yeah, TH1 with the character models, I can totally see why you would say this feels kind of Young Justice. I agree with that. I mean, Colossus looks weird. Yeah, and, you know, you never hear anybody call Kitty Pryde Shadowcat. Like, I know she's Shadowcat, but I never hear anybody actually say that. Oh, sorry, Catherine, that you're in Australia and you can't watch the show. Ow, my face! Boyd Kirkland is a name I recognize. I wonder what other shows he's worked on. Man, mutant jocks. Oh, not mutants. They're wearing masks. That makes a lot of sense, because those look like really generic designs. Oh no, anti-mutant graffiti. I'm sensing a theme with these X-Men things. Oh, Colossus is evil in this show. I didn't know that. Interesting. Who's Rain? Never been totally sure how I feel about this Wolverine voice. But the Professor X is pretty good. And she was there pretending to be Professor X. I feel like I need to take notes right now. Yeah, thanks, Professor X. I feel like if you're just now tuning in now and you need someone to tell us that Mystique is a shapeshifter, they're maybe a little bit too late. Like, they're going to pick up on that or they're not. I don't think you need forced exposition and dialogue to tell us about that. It's weird. I don't know if I missed a frame or something, but it looked like a kid just, like, popped out in the corner. I don't think it was somebody that had teleporting powers or anything. Oh, man. Well, maybe this was picked because it's a really important episode for the ongoing plotting of the show, because it sure seems like it. Like they're gonna vote on a permanent mutant ban. What does that mean if you ban mutants? Like they're not allowed to be in the country? Do you just like excommunicate them? Like banish them from the country? Where do they go? Because you can't deport mutants that don't have anywhere to go. Yeah, I always like the turtleneck with this Professor X too. Colossus and Gambit work with Magneto in the show? Wow. TH1, what do you mean is Logan Lex? Like voiced by someone who has played Lex? I think that's a very angsty looking rogue right now. You start blowing your hair like that and crossing your arms, you just might as well put in headphones and listen to emo music. Which I'm sure you're gonna do. Sometime today you're doing that. Oh yeah, you just put them in a concentration camp, I guess so. But TH1, which Lex? Like, are we talking about Rosenbaum, or... I never understand girls at schools that have backpacks that small. Like, I always had 4 or 5 big books I had to lug around everywhere. Wow. That guy, compared to Jean Grey, is massive. So I don't know if this is a character that, like, has been around hitting on her constantly, or if we're just... Oh, she's dating him. Oh. Wow, so we're 3 seasons in, and she's not dating Scott right now? Like, was she dating him earlier, or have they just not started? Yeah. Wow, it seems like that is some slow burn there. And now a random motorcycle chase. Man, I have so many shows that I need to finally go back and see all of. And then I know they're all going to run together. Like, if I binge stuff too quick, I'm going to get to the next show and stuff's just not going to stick with me. I guess I'm going to have to take some notes. Did you just call me Blob? Oh, the DCAU Lex. I don't think that's who that is, but I'm not sure. Oh, I didn't know Scarlet Witch was in the show. Yeah, good call, Catherine. Problem with putting mutants in a camp is you'd have to guard against all their powers at the same time. Well, that's when you give them those collars, those convenient inhibitor collars. Well, this looks like a sanitary place to live. That person next to Kurt's locker looked like there's no way they don't deliver pizza. I actually couldn't tell if that was a girl or a boy. I'm not sure. It's kind of an interesting situation. Nobody knows that Kurt's a mutant at the school. So I'm assuming that he still has that thing on his arm that makes him look like a normal human. So does it just make him look like he has a normal amount of fingers, or does it actually give him a normal amount of fingers somehow? Uh-oh. You know, there's things you don't do. You don't spit in the wind, you don't tug on Superman's cape, and you don't take sunglasses off a Cyclops. Don't do it. I like Rogue's voice in this. She sounds weirdly like some kind of a cross between movie Rogue and 90s X-Men Rogue, if such a thing is even possible. Which, again, is kind of weird because movie Rogue is based more on Kitty Pryde, and we have Kitty Pryde in this show. Man, kind of a loyalty issue here. And Kitty and Rogue standing right next to each other. Where I'm not saying they're carbon copies of each other in the show, but well, Wolverine, you'd be real embarrassed if you didn't clear the underside of that. Is he going to go to a barn and get his iconic jacket from the X-Men movies? Whoa. I guess we're going to get to see Evil Colossus here. He was in the intro. I didn't expect to actually see him. I'm assuming that intro is the same all the way through the season, and that we're not just adding things from this episode. John says, imagine Cyclops in a regular school and the teacher says, take off the sunglasses. I would think that you'd bring like a note from your parents or something saying that like your eyes are sensitive to light or something. Did you just call me Blob? I just want to say it every time Blob's on screen. Something tells me this guy's like the Whitney Fordman of this show. Yeah, I wonder if Colossus fans were irritated about this, or how many Colossus fans actually watched this show, because a lot of kids that would watch this wouldn't know where Colossus is supposed to land anyway. Or maybe he becomes less of a villain later on, I have no idea. Oh, that's interesting. He gets less tall when he flips to human form. Weird. It's cool he can go back and forth. Well, I guess the one in animated series does that too. Does normal Colossus go back and forth, or is he just stuck in metal mode? Because I got really used to Deadpool Colossus never changing. Well, no, John, you wouldn't call Cyclops blind because he's not. I mean, he can see.
Funny like a mutant funny?
Who knew school could be so much fun?
I do wonder if his optic blasts actually impede his vision at all.
You used your powers to sink that, and you know it. What? No,
Like, I've never totally understood how the sunglasses work. Like, he has to wear sunglasses so that he's not shooting his beams at people, but does that mean that he's constantly shooting his beams into the sunglasses and they just go back into his eyes? What is it about wearing sunglasses that keeps him from shooting beams out of his eyes? Never totally understood that. And then if he is perpetually shooting beams out of his eyes, again, does that impede his vision? Or is it like a Virtual Boy, where just everything's in red? Bayville High. So are we just ambiguously in kind of upstate New York kind of place, or is it actually squarely New York or a suburb of New York, or? Because it seems like we're kind of making up a place here. Well, that's interesting. Man, there's always that see, I like X-Men as a metaphor, not just for civil rights, but also for, of course, gifted students. And things that people are naturally able to do that make other people feel like they're set back. And whether or not those kids should have to like reel in their abilities just so that other people don't feel inferior. My personal opinion, of course, is no, they should not have to do that.
Oh, brother, give the macho act a rest, will ya?
No, I'm sorry, I still haven't gotten to Teen Titans. I wasn't sure if the person that requested that or really wanted me to do that was still here. I'll go ahead and watch that after this episode. I won't have a lot to say. I've never sat through a whole episode of that show. And I'm sorry it's taken me this long to get to it. I was thinking about maybe saving it because Jason's going to try to join me again when he wakes up in a couple hours. But if you're here and want to see it, I'll go ahead and put that in. I did, Bob Kane as a Fraud, do the Titans pilot much earlier in the night. Oh, no, in the afternoon. I did that with Connor around 4 or 5 o'clock. No, that's okay.
My name is Jean Grey. I suppose I can stand up here and recite the 5th and 14th Amendments, or quote some passionate speeches from famous civil rights leaders. But to be honest,
I feel like more people should be in this building over a topic that's this big of a deal. Like whether or not to ban mutants. And is this a state or a federal issue? I feel like we're being a little bit sloppy about the way the legislation is working with this.
you will love them anyway, but people will hate them, and people will want to hurt them.
It's a surprisingly realistic fist fight.
When your child can live in a safe world
Oh wait, there's more people than I thought there were, but there's still empty seats.
by allowing mutants to attend public school. Thank you.
I just can't even imagine a world where there is a whole group of people that, for the sake of the safety of others, is not allowed to attend public school. I also understand both sides of that argument, because as I've talked about before with the whole mutant issue, it's not bigotry and intolerance simply to be realistic and say, if a person, whether they can control themselves or not, is putting my kids in danger, I'm an irresponsible parent if I let my kid be around that person. It's very complicated. There's such a catch-22 and not a good and not a right answer. What you have to be careful about is that in making that decision, you don't accidentally start looking at people that aren't like you as lesser. I wonder if this Professor X ever yells in agony like the one in the 90s show. Bob Kane is a Fraud. My favorite X-Men cartoon at the moment is the 90s show, but I've not spent enough time with any others. I've never watched past the pilot of Wolverine and the X-Men because I thought it was boring. And I've heard great things about it, but I've just never gone back to it. I could not get excited about it. And I didn't grow up with the show, and I've not seen a lot of it. I watched some of the first part of the first season, but I've never watched anywhere past that. Except for right now. I feel like I've got my bearings pretty well, and I have kind of a better sense of the status quo right now, though. This is standing on its own okay. If you've got a cursory understanding of X-Men.
Why don't you shut this off and
Yeah, Rockman, that's a good point. It goes in with the preempting crime debate. Where it's like, how do you not infringe on the rights of one group of people in order to protect another group of people? And after all, the main function of government is supposed to be to protect its people, but also not at the expense of losing their freedoms. So it's tough. So these gestures, again, with Professor X a little bit over the top. You saved their lives. They're eternally grateful. Well, okay, Professor X, but, like, you're also a mutant, man. Like, I mean, I realize that this is not about whether or not you can go to public school, but we are also talking about banning mutants. Oh. Now we're building the house. That was pretty good. That was decently thoughtful, and we don't know how the vote went. So I don't know if we get that next episode or how exactly that works, but not bad. I'm gonna have to go back and finally watch this at some point. All right, folks. Well, that's gonna do it for the X-Men portion, I think. We are coming up on, it's about 5:30 a.m. where I'm at. We're going to do Teen Titans next, because we got a guy in the chat that really wants us to talk about that, or really wants me to watch it. I'm going to mostly be watching. I don't know how much I'm going to be talking during that, because I've never sat through an episode of that. So you guys can pull that up. Teen Titans is on DC Universe. A lot of DC Universe today. And thank goodness for that streaming service. So there's a bunch of stuff that we would not be able to look at. Teen Titans... Nevermore. Circuit Breaker asked for this. Season 1, Episode 6. So go ahead and pull that up if you were so inclined. And I'm going to take another quick break, and I'll be right back, guys. Hope you're having a good time. I certainly am. See you in a bit. Hey guys, good morning again. It's time for more superhero TV like it has been for the last 21 hours of my life. I can't believe how close to down to the wire we are already getting. Folks have been asking for Teen Titans all day long, all night long. We're going to finally do some Teen Titans. Again, I'm not going to have anything insightful to say. This is a show I don't know at all. I've never watched a whole episode of this. I'm not a big Teen Titans fan of the comics either. I have finally seen some Teen Titans things over the years, and so I know a little bit about some of these characters, but overall, not a thing that I know a great deal about, but I'm going to watch one with you. And the episode that was chosen was Nevermore by Circuit Breaker. And it is episode 6 of season 1. It's on DC Universe. If you want to stream it along with me and you have a DC Universe account, pull that up. Or if you've got DVDs for the show, grab that disc real quick, because we're going to jump right into it. If anybody needs a timestamp, let me know. And I'm going to go ahead and press play here in a second. So when I press play, get ready to press play with me. Here we go. Nevermore. Everybody, please press play right now. It's another show that was past my time. This was coming out as I was graduating high school. And I remember what little bit I ever noticed of this show. I just thought it was just a little too silly for my taste. And I didn't understand why you would want to make a Teen Titans show that wasn't in the DCAU. But that doesn't mean I was right about that. I never spent any time with the show. It's just how I felt about it at the time. This guy's got the one-liners. And yeah, see, this kind of anime humor always really put me off. It doesn't bother me as much now as it used to. I've just gotten more used to it with certain things. But when I was a kid, we just did not have those kinds of sensibilities in anything I was growing up with, really. This villain is insane. He's just really rocking that insane outfit. This is not a villain I'm familiar with. Ah, God, Raven. She's horrifying. Jason, my 9-year-old, loves Raven. Afraid of the Dark? Oh, that's what somebody was referring to. God, people know this episode. Is this just a big episode that people love? People quoting it before we even got there. Just a whole culture I'm not even aware of. Mutalia, I graduated high school in 2003, and that's the year that this show started. And 3 months later, I met my wife. I don't even really know this intro. I mean, I remember the melody. I remember the Teen Titans thing, but I don't remember what this looks like at all. Okay, somebody says it's Raven's best episode. Those are real animals. Well, this is going to be stuck in my head for the next 5 days. Man, there's an old song this reminds me of a lot. You know what it is? It's Secret Agent Man. Let's say this is straight off ripping off that song, and it just reminds me of that. Like, they've given you a number and taken away your name.
Thanks, Beast Boy. Everything looks great.
On my planet, such a feast would mark the arrangement of a marriage. Tell me.
Okay, the kind of oblivious way that they're playing Starfire in this is how I'm used to seeing her in Teen Titans Go. It's like that show just takes all of the comedic sensibilities of this and leaves out the drama and whatever pathos is here for the most part. And I know a lot of Teen Titans fans really hate that show. But just at first glance, I'm not saying I can't tell the difference and that these aren't totally different shows. But the way I hear Teen Titans talk about this show, or Teen Titans fans talk about the show sometimes, it's almost like this was like a really super serious show. And I'm sure it got there in episodes. This just kind of plays like a comedy show to me. In a way I didn't really want a DC show to be.
There is much about her we are not meant to understand.
And how are we supposed to deal with her? How can we even trust her? I mean, she's our friend. What more do we need to know?
I'm still waiting to love Beast Boy in something. It's just a character I cannot get excited about. But I've also always had that with Cyborg. I think part of the reason I'm not a Teen Titans fan is just I've not, and of course I haven't looked at a lot of Teen Titans stuff, but like I haven't seen Cyborg in a lot of stuff I've cared about him in. I haven't seen Beast Boy in a lot of stuff that I've cared about him in. I'm not an occult guy, so Raven doesn't immediately appeal to me. I've never been a big fan of Robin apart from Batman, and nothing about Starfire immediately engages me either. So, I mean, I'm sure I can be won over on them in great stories, but there's just not anything that immediately makes me want to latch on to this team. Hello, John Henry. Good morning. I've been busy not sleeping and watching way too much television.
Check out this beauty mirror. Who would have thought Raven spends time sprucing? That is it.
Yes, John Henry, we are watching the Teen Titans episode now. Whoa. Is he getting sucked into some kind of occult dimension? Wow, look at the red star field. This is what happens if you mess around in Raven's room. So did they get sucked to some other galaxy or something, or did they get, or is there like a miniature galaxy or something like inside that? If his sensors are telling him he's still in her room.
Sending us to Weirdsville is Raven's idea of a joke. I am so not laughing.
Hey, she didn't send us here. You're the one who went snooping in her room and popping zigs in her magic mirror.
Who booby traps a mirror?
Maybe it wasn't a trap. Maybe it's Raven's way home.
Oh, they don't know anything about Raven right now. Oh, that's why they were talking earlier about whether or not they should trust her, and Robin says we're friends, and that's all we need to know. It's kind of a trust but verify thing.
Sweet. Betcha they can tell us how to get home.
Yeah, thanks, John. I've had a good time, man.
Hello.
I am curious to know how this show handles Cyborg, and if it ever deals with the kind of human versus machine issues with his identity, because that's what I've kind of come to latch on to with Cyborg a little bit. Ugh. Hello, Noah. I'm good, man. Oh, it's the mental space of Raven. Okay. Interesting. So this is not a real place. And this is, of course, a concept that we do in a lot of these kinds of shows at least once. It's like somebody's mindscape. And, like, what different parts of her mind are, you know, are like represented by different objects and personified by different characters. It's like when the Tick goes into his own mind in the Tick versus Proto Clown. Oh no, not the forbidden door. Oh, cool, Robert. I'll have to check that out. And there's a floating strawberry now. No, that is pretty good. This might be where air fresheners come from. This Pink Raven thing is pretty funny. Yeah, that kind of thing is still a little bit off-putting to me, but doesn't totally kill it. This is not my thing, but like I'm kind of seeing the appeal. This is where air fresheners come from. What if in real life your whole face turned into like almost a different person's face when you got freaked out or upset about something? Sometimes when Beast Boy's face gets all messed up and contorted, I'm like, does that happen just because the same reason it happens with everybody in the show? It's just that brand of humor? Or is it because you have a power that's all shape-shifty? Now we got a maze. Is there going to be a big giant hand that picks them up if they get a puzzle wrong and then puts them in a different part of the maze? She's like herself right now. Oh, interesting. These statue things have the four beady, scary eyes, I think, like Raven's dad. Like, I quit reading the comments. There's spoilers in there. man. How you gonna beat that thing? Ow, my stone. Oh, and now there's a green raven. So I wonder what each of these represents in Raven's psyche. Because you had, like, happy-go-lucky Raven, and then you had just, like, broody Raven. And then you have, what? Adventurous Raven? Like, all action-y. But she's wearing different stuff every time. Like, yeah, you gotta know these are all... No, they're like Trey from Triforia and Barry DeZio. So yeah, they're gonna break this down. Yeah, I put that together there, Cyborg. I wonder how long it would have taken me to figure out that we were in Raven's Head if I hadn't been told that in the comments. Yeah, there's all the people in the comments that are really nostalgic for this show, and I've never seen it. Dun dun dun. Yeah, there he is. I knew he was coming. I can't remember his name. I know that's her dad, but I don't know why it's not coming to me. I think I learned about all of that most in some animated Teen Titans movie. Was it Teen Titans versus Justice League? I can't remember. Or Justice League versus Teen Titans. I forget. Trigon, that's right. Thanks to everybody that knows about this stuff. A lot more than me. Oh, I can only imagine how they handle that in Titans, Mutale. Jeez. It's my party, and I'll cry if I want to. Oh, I like the kind of outline skeleton thing. That's cool. And a lot of portals to the shows we've been watching. Dun 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 dun. You know, I could see an alternate history where Raven becomes a Red Lantern. Like Supergirl did. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Titan stays as cheap as it is in that pilot, but I can only imagine how they try to do Trigon. Oh, he's back. Well, let's see, how long do we have to beat in her head Trigon? 3.5 minutes is how long we have. So we're just channel flipping Robin while we're waiting for these guys to get out of Raven's Head. How are we gonna last minute wrap up this? I'm flashing back to Tick versus Protoclan a lot. Why do little midgets hit me with fish? Oh wow, bunch of different colored ravens, like Power Rangers. So I don't know what all these represent. Just like 8, I think it's like Chaos Emeralds. Yeah, Robert. Smart people wear glasses. Or people wear glasses to make people think they're smart. And then, like, is this Trigon actually Trigon is somehow trapped in her head? Or is he like a personification of something in her personality? Oh, you gotta have the energy waves against the energy waves. Gotta do that. Whoa. Giant white raven. I thought maybe that's what it was, Robert. Yeah, this is a okay way to solidify their friendship as long as this is remembered moving on and we don't regress characters. Yeah, Robin, just go back and channel flip some more. Yeah, it was kind of sweet. I enjoyed that. I don't know. Still not a show I can get really excited about trying to go and watch a whole lot of. But if people have ideas for episodes they think I should take a look at, feel free to let me know. Guys, yeah, Leo, I haven't done Daredevil yet. I don't know if that one's going to happen at this point. It may. Let me look at the list and see what else we've got. Because I've only got 4 hours now. Man, I was supposed to do the Blade pilot. I've still got some pilots, or some hour-long shows. Well, just a couple. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and yeah, I'll do Daredevil next. Cutman. So episode 2 of season 1. Man, it's crazy saving that for this late with as much stuff as I could be talking about with that. I've done a whole season overview on Rewind of that. So if I'm not especially coherent and I don't end up saying a whole lot, we're just sort of watching that episode. I've talked about that before. But we'll see what happens. We'll go ahead and watch that. Give me a couple of minutes, guys. I'll be right back, and then we will tackle Daredevil, okay? Season 1, episode 2, that's what we're doing, and I will see you guys again in just a couple of minutes. Okay, everybody, I am back. We move on now to Daredevil, which was requested by a number of people, and in fact, at least 2 or 3 people asked for Cutman, which is the second episode of the series. Michael McAllister was the first name I saw, but there were others that were wanting this episode in particular. I assume because of the big hallway fight at the end. Like I said, I've weighed in a lot on this show. I've talked ad nauseum about this. So there might be a lot of kind of me just sitting back and enjoying this one. But I'm sure I will have some things to say here and there. And I will respond to you guys' comments as we move along. Netflix, of course, is where this is. If you... T-Edge1 says he's been here since the beginning and he's lost his mind. I hope you're okay. If you need to go get some sleep, go get some sleep. Thank you for hanging out this whole time, man. It's been a blast. I hope you've had a lot of fun as well. All right, Netflix is where to watch this. Sync it up with me if you want to watch it right along with me. You'll be able to hear the audio but not see the video if you're watching on YouTube. We are going to go ahead and jump straight into it as I speak like William Shatner. Is everybody ready? Everybody, please press play right now. Kind of weird jumping into this, having not watched episode 1 in a while. Although I showed this to Brandon a few months ago, the first episode of this show, and we haven't gotten back around to it because I've been working through Breaking Bad with him. I still maintain that this is the greatest screen adaptation of anything superhero. I don't want to say anything comic book, because we've had a lot of those now of things that aren't superhero that I just haven't necessarily even seen or seen all of. But man, I just love immersing myself in this world. So folks, people are asking me about each of the parts getting taken down. Yeah, they've got copyright flags, which I expected once I realized I was going to have to play audio from the actual shows. And I'm going to figure out another place to put them and put up the links later on. So I have I've saved those videos, and I will figure out a way to put a place to put them. I got the soundtrack stuck in my head really hard when I was working on the rewind for this. Old Drew Goddard, Stephen DeKnight. Drew Goddard, who was not working on the show in season 2, and it showed, although I don't think it's as bad as a lot of people do. And then the team was more up for it in season 3. A lot of folks giving me Teen Titans episodes to watch. Thank you, guys. Weird going back this early, of course, when you've got, you know, Rosario Dawson, who's in all of these shows. I think she shows up in every single show, and very often for a multi-part, you know, multi-episode role. She was kind of the glue that held the Netflix shows together. It just does not feel that long ago when these were new and the gold standard, and now this series and this continuity is already dead. It's just nuts how quickly things come and go and change in this day and age. Is she not, Robert, at all in season 3? That's wild. Well, I know she's at least in every series somewhere, of course. Yeah, I love the Night Nurse in this. She could have gotten her own show. I think she absolutely could have held her own. Matt is already bleeding to death. It's only the second episode. He's going to be in such insane shape by the end of this season. We're going to wonder how he remotely survived. But it is done as believably as possible. I mean, he's got to heal up to some degree. He gets through a lot of this through just willpower and fortitude. You know, we're acting like a 24-hour stream is hard. Imagine fighting that ninja with the knives at the end of the season. Wanderer says she gets left in a weird place at the end of Luke Cage. Yeah, I vaguely remember now that you say that. I don't know if some of those later seasons of those shows I'll ever really go back to. I was surprisingly happy with the second season of The Punisher. Luke Cage I thought was real uneven and a mixed bag in that second season. And just longer than it needed to be. Oh, that's right. This is when we go back and do the flashback stuff. Fleshing out this Matt Murdock. Some of it is, as a kid, some of this is in his relationship with his father. Some of this is similar to the movie, and some of it is, gets far away from that. And it's all a lot closer to the comics, building his worldview, of course, from his tragic origin. This is one of those shows, of course, this maybe goes without saying, that is like slow-paced, serialized streaming TV that like streaming TV has kind of become known for, and that it will often now use as a crutch where it's like, oh, you can take this seriously and it's really powerful and meaningful because it's slow, not because of anything that the characters are doing or what the show is saying. And this, of course, does not have that problem. Not a lot I would change about the first season of Daredevil. I don't think it needs to lose or gain an episode. I can't say that about really any other series that they made, including Defenders, which is weird because it's only 8 episodes. I need to go back and re-watch Season 3, Robert. I just don't remember it that well. But, I kind of like the way Bullseye was handled. Especially with him wearing the Daredevil suit and all that. I thought that was fantastic. His dad looks a little bit like Punisher, actually. I'm sure that casting later is not intentional, but I just kind of thought of that. Mutali, I think you're kind of better off for not having seen Iron Fist. More Teen Titans suggestions. Yeah, I mean, I'm serious, Mutali. Don't do that. Curiosity killed the cat, buddy. This show does a really good job of making me buy that Matt is capable of all the things he is later, which is quite a feat, because it doesn't rely, of course, too much on his powers. He's got all these skills, that he develops through helping his father after fights. He learns how to use a stiff hand, which goes a long way when he's not able to see anymore. Oh, that looks painful. I find it hard to watch scenes like this, like just sewing people's skin. It's a thing I have a tough time with. And I'm going to double down on that. Hours ago, somebody asked me if Titans was worse than Iron Fist. And, I don't know, that's a tough one. But I still think I'd rather watch it than Iron Fist. Just because Iron Fist is so boring. I can at least kind of point and laugh at Titans. Yeah, Robert, you're absolutely right. The show doesn't degenerate to the point like Arrow where everyone can be a vigilante. A lot of the stuff in these flashbacks I don't appreciate as much. Not that I'm bored or anything. I just don't realize how layered they are, and how much subtext there is until I get the contrast with the Kingpin's background. Because this whole season is a character study about these two men. Plays as almost a dual protagonist piece, depending on who you're looking at. When obviously Kingpin is straight up Matt's antagonist, and they're mirrors for each other, which is, of course, a thing we do often with heroes and villains, but this is one of the absolute most wonderful examples of that.
Same.
Yes. I am a partner at a prestigious law firm with very important documents leading to the...
And it continues to fuel my fire for, I always blame the parents. Matt becomes who he does both because of his relatively good upbringing, not that his father is perfect or anything, but also the negative things in his upbringing, not just the kind of, just generically the kind of neighborhood he lives in, that he's around a lot of crime, but that he has a father and not his mother, and that his father doesn't entirely know what he's doing all by himself. And you contrast that, of course, with Kingpin, who doesn't have the kind of guidance that Matt does, and doesn't have negligent parents, but a father who teaches him absolutely the wrong things, and who becomes a bully for him.
But we can't stay here. Not enough money to keep the lights on past midnight.
Yeah, the Inhumans versus Iron Fist debate is kind of tough. Somebody said earlier that Inhumans is at least, kind of like I said with Titans, easier to sort of sit there and laugh at, and I guess I kind of agree with that, but they're still just so cringe-inducing. I think Inhumans has some, maybe more things in common with Titans, though, just because of how cheap it is.
You gonna listen to me this time? You're my partner.
That angle was interesting.
I'm lucky.
Wanderer Cap, what do you think of Jeff Loeb leaving Marvel TV, and just a general review of his handling of Marvel TV? Well, I mean, I haven't watched everything, of course, and through his tenure, I mean, you know, he did a lot of, there were a lot of cartoon shows on his watch, and I guess Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and that kind of stuff was on his watch, but I don't know how involved he was with some of that stuff, so it's really, really hard to say. Obviously, I liked Agent Carter a lot, and I like certain seasons more than others of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I kind of stopped at season 4. But anyway, it's time for some fresh blood to get in there. He certainly kind of ruined the cartoon side of things, and so it would be nice to see some new kind of, you know, smarter stuff come up, some stuff that's not just like squarely for kids. I just can't think of any reason to watch any of the stuff that they've been making for like 10 years now, which is rough.
This is my night off. I'm really not looking for some guy to die on my couch.
Robert says he thinks that there was just more content being produced than Jeff Loeb could handle. That's maybe true.
Staring through this area. What's she know about me?
I like that this isn't a straight up origin. We don't see like the first time Matt puts on his costume. But, you know, it's the early days. He's got a makeshift costume. I like the makeshift costume. The show goes a long way to in creating great production values and being so ambitious in its action scenes that you don't look at the costume and go, oh, well, they're just being cheap. They don't have the money to do a comic book costume. This is a grittier, more realistic thing. It's not believable that a blind guy could make that costume by himself, and he doesn't have anybody that he knows to trust with the secret that could make a thing like that. Way more plausible the way he gets that costume in this. It's not the greatest costume once we get to it. I almost like the black one better than the red one. Grim Death. You mentioned Season 3. I didn't enjoy how much the focus came off Matt in Season 3, even more so than Season 2. That is a fair criticism, absolutely. But the way it pays off a bunch of stuff from Season 1 as a direct sequel, not ignoring 2, but bookending the series where 2 is, I don't know, I don't want to say superfluous, but like, I feel like you almost could skip 2. Like, it's almost like a detour season with some reinforcement for stuff that you know about Kingpin and his characterization, but again, you don't even hardly need. Like after I did my in-depth analysis of the first season, very shortly Season 3 came out, and I didn't go back and rewatch 2, but I was really glad that I had rewatched 1. Robert says the red costume was literally the only letdown for me in Season 1, but it wasn't a big deal. One of the things that makes it a little bit of a letdown is that there's so much reverence for the source material with this, all the way to we see comic book Daredevil costume in the opening, and then in the opening credits, and then we don't even really try to replicate that at all. But then, I don't know, I would have to see it done before I could buy if it would be in this universe or not. I just maybe wouldn't have. And I mean, I love the titles in this. I would hate to change anything about them, and seeing Daredevil behind the logo. But if that wasn't there, I don't know if I would feel as much the way I do about that. I agree with that too, Robert. The Punisher-centric episodes of Season 2 are the main ones worth revisiting. The Punisher stuff in that season is really good. I think some of Matt's preaching at Punisher is goes a little bit overboard. Some of that's just a little bit long, a little overwritten. But that stuff over the hand stuff, absolutely. I do like how Stick has handled that season through the hand stuff. That's about all I like about the hand stuff. I've talked about this a lot, but the crime drama of this is so good. It's such a sophisticated and tightly woven plot with a whole lot of moving pieces, without a lot of loose ends. We know where we're going. Everything is talking to each other. And, I don't know, it's just wonderful. I have broken all this down before. I get the hypocritical preaching. I'm not saying that the show is being too preachy about what he's saying. I'm just saying that I think, just from a narrative, from a literary sense, I just think it's overwritten. I feel like, particularly on the roof, in that season, a lot of that is good. I just feel like there's more of it than we need. Getting MC Comics, I don't hate that costume. Just didn't love it. Hello, Dave Atkins. How are you, man? Man, I wish we'd handled this episode hours and hours ago, but... Oh yeah, I forgot about the whole mic thing. That is a reference to... I think I'm right about this. Eric and I have talked about this. To Mike Murdock in the comics, where he pretends to be a twin brother he doesn't have. I think that's right. Matt demonstrating his amazing sixth sense, being able to smell cologne coming up the stairs. The Matt Murdock versus Wilson Fisk thing in the show is all about, like I was talking about earlier, bullies and not taking bullies lying down. Despite himself, Kingpin becomes a bully, and Daredevil becomes the guy who, no matter how hard he gets hit, will not stay down. Which, why absolutely a Daredevil game could work. I think that's one of the easier things to make from Marvel. You risk kind of just duplicating Arkham again, certainly. But your visual interface should be different in some way. I don't know if I would want to play a game that was like, red blind vision the entire time. I don't know how exactly you'd want to do that. I guess that's the challenge, right? Is what exactly the visuals of that look like, because your protagonist can't see. But I absolutely think it can be done. Yeah, Wanderer, the reason I ended up saving this as late as I did is because originally I was going to watch this with Brandon, and because he's only seen the first episode, and then I ended up, because of schedules, having to double up Brandon with some other folks, and so we didn't end up showing this, and I was debating about whether or not I was still going to get to it, but... So the bare bones of this is the same way it's handled in the movie, of course, where he's got to throw a fight and he doesn't. But we have some more time to flesh it out, so it's a little bit more involved. And I forget if Matt, like in the movie, is actually there when it happens, or if he's at home listening to it on TV. I think that's how it's handled. Also, if you'll recall, we see him get his powers in the flashback, this kid, in the first episode, and so that's why we're not handling that here. I think this kid is fantastic, and I absolutely believe him as a younger version of the adult Matt Murdock. And he's especially good in the episode where he's being trained by Stick. And man, that's sad when Stick up and leaves him finally. Oh, weird. Steven says there's oddly connections to Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and this shows Crusher Creel is mentioned as an opponent of Matt's dad. Creel was in S.H.I.E.L.D. Season 2. Crazy. And the question is, like, are those canonical with each other? Honestly, can't be totally sure about that. Because oftentimes we talk about how, like, all the TV stuff is kind of canonical with each other, but they're not really talking to the movies. But then, like, S.H.I.E.L.D. feels like it's in a different pocket. It's not necessarily talking to these. That doesn't mean it doesn't count, because I don't know how much it actually, squarely contradicts it. Especially because I can never totally tell later on with these shows what time period we're really in comparison to the rest of the MCU. So, like, just because Inhumans are never really talked about in these shows doesn't necessarily mean that they don't mesh with that stuff, because maybe this all just happens before we get the big Inhuman insurgents that we have in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. That's maybe not the most popular opinion, but I share it, Leo. He says, I love the TV show more, but I personally like the costume more in the Affleck movie. I like it. I like it more, too. This is one of the most suspenseful and tensest shows, especially this first season, that I have ever seen. I was on pins and needles through this whole thing, and you could not stop watching it. I mean, I binged this pretty quick. And I don't always do that. Sometimes I really let things sit a little bit. But this show, I just had to know. And I just wanted to, again, live in this world. I wanted to immerse myself in this atmosphere. I couldn't believe it got made. It was the same thing I had with The Tick, with Amazon, where it was like, just pinch me. I can't believe I'm watching this. Like this is a show somebody made. We've greenlit so many superhero shows now that nothing really surprises me anymore. But at the time, and this doesn't feel that long ago, but it has been a good long time now, it was a thing I never thought I would see. Like, maybe Daredevil would get adapted again, maybe it would get another movie at some point in MCU, whatever. But the idea that it would get a miniseries or, multiple seasons on Netflix that would be taken this seriously and that would be basically Bendis' Daredevil, I just couldn't have even imagined that. This show was really influential, changed a lot of stuff, and then unceremoniously was gone. It felt like as fast as it got here. Yeah, wow. 5 years. Some people find Foggy annoying in the show. I don't. I think he's wonderful.
You absolutely do not get to drink for free.
And I think he's handled the way a good comic relief character should be, especially because he obviously has his own character arc and his own dramatic moments as well. And as soon as we start, playing him more dramatic, we don't suddenly forget about the comedy. He's not suddenly just this, really serious one-note character that has lost all of his sense of humor, which we do in stuff like the Arrowverse all the time. That's what Felicity is.
I'm a good secretary.
No, you gaze at me lovingly. You think I'm not looking. What? You mind me? How would I know? I'm not looking.
There's something in there.
I think it's an eel.
Karen's got chemistry with both of these guys. If no matter which of them she were to end up getting with, I would have bought it. She's such a wonderfully tragic character in this. I feel like we take too long to pay off her tragic past, or in mistakes she's made in her past, that we start to set up at the end of this. But we finally get there in season 3. And I remember it being relatively satisfying. But I've seen that stuff one time.
I can't get Danny's blood out of the carpet. It's like somebody spilled a wine bottle and it just...
Oh yeah, the Wesley Kingpin relationship is also really interesting.
And a man
Absolutely.
came in my apartment and tried to kill me.
Thanks for that recap from last episode. When you put it that way, it sounds horrible. Now she's taken up for Daredevil.
My cousin does drive it. I'll call him first thing in the morning.
It's not the apartment.
Although I wouldn't be able to go back and live there either.
See the city anymore. All that I see are its dark corners. I look around this room and all that I see are threats.
This room? These kids are all harmless.
I think the way she reacts to this, to what happens to her in the first episode,
Organizes the food drive. Everything's
when she almost gets murdered
That's Rob Donahue.
twice,
His wife Mira?
is like really believable.
That's Clint Peterson.
It's hard to watch a person who's trying so hard not to be a victim.
He for arson and distribution.
So it doesn't play her as an easy victim. She's fighting that. She's like, I don't want to be a victim, but look at what almost happened to me. And then you find it's not just because she's afraid that she's going to get hurt. It's because she knows she might be capable of going too far with it. Again, so many layers that you discover going back through this when you know what happens already. Wow, Catherine's watching this for the first time. Go back and watch the pilot. It's a wonderful, wonderful pilot. Again, I just love the moodiness of the show. I have a thing for, like, New York rooftops. I always wanted, like, a rooftop loft when I was in high school. And, of course, never got to live in the middle of a big city. And I don't think I would want to now, but that was kind of a dream of mine at one time.
That right there? That's what I'm talking about. Okay, I find a guy, Dexter, turns out to be some kind of blind vigilante with all this really weird shit. Like walls and sense whether someone's unconscious or faking it. Stop on top of that, you can take an unbelievable amount of
One thing that you kind of get afforded by having characters like this living in a world with populated by superheroes already is that you're not going to surprise people as much with your superpowers. So, like, it is a shock to Claire that he's able to do the things he's able to do, but it would be a lot harder for her to believe it if she didn't know that anything extra normal or supernatural had happened. So, like, once you live in a world with Thor's hammer and, you know, Captain America as a super soldier, etc., Daredevil is easier to swallow, and then we just don't have to spend so much time convincing her of it. I also think overall these shows do a pretty good job of not making it feel too convenient that Claire meets all of these superheroes. I love how conflicted she is about what he's doing. She can tell that he's doing good, but the violence is really excessive. And Daredevil, again, kind of like in the movie, but it's better than that, is conflicted about how far he's willing to go and what kind of person he is. There's kind of this am I Daredevil or am I the Kingpin thing that even happens before he meets the Kingpin. And he almost, you know, kind of like Batman and the Joker, he has to see that opposite foil of himself before he can even fully define himself. Wanderer says, I think Jessica Jones Season 1 gives Daredevil Season 1 run for its money. I agree with that. I think it is nearly as good. I also think it may be an episode or two too long, but I'm not as on about that as some people with that season. Some people really dislike how long that season is. And I think it could have maybe been slimmed down a little bit, but... AMC Comics says, thanks, I know a lot of people really love the show, but I still have a real soft spot for the movie. I still prefer the origin from the movie. I don't know that I prefer it. In some ways, this feels like just an elaboration on it. It's not exactly the same thing. But, yeah, I mean, I've still got a soft spot for the movie myself. Last time I tried to go back to it, I found it, that it didn't hold up as well as I kind of hoped it would. And that's his credo, even before his father dies. And he has to keep getting up for his father because he can't do it anymore. Christian says Claire was supposed to be the Agent Coulson of that universe. She kind of was that, and I think even more successful at it. I'm with you, Robert. I didn't want any more Jessica Jones either. I think that should have just stood alone as a miniseries. It's really spinning its wheels after that, and is having a hard time justifying its existence. And that's not to say that I didn't want to see more Jessica in something. Defenders was a good idea. It just ended up not being very good. I wonder if anybody's ever gone back and actually rewatched that show, Defenders. Thank goodness they did allow that to just be a miniseries. I like that line a lot. I'm about to go be me. He is refusing to change. He is accepting the consequences. I'm going to do the right thing. So he is calling Matt's mother right now. And that is going to be paid off in the 3rd season with Matt's mother. And I think that stuff is pretty good. Pretty well handled. Okay, guys, I really hate to do this right in the middle of a show, but I need to get up real quick. I'll be right back. Go ahead and pause the show if you're streaming it with me right now. I'm sitting at timestamp 18 minutes even. Pause it, get it to that timestamp if you would, and then get ready to press play when I get back. I just need a couple minutes. I'll be right back, folks. All right, folks, I'm back. Thanks for being patient with me. I am at 18 minutes to the end on Netflix. So if you're watching on Netflix on the far right, it should be an 18-minute timestamp. That's 18 minutes left in the show. And the actual timestamp is somewhere around 35:42, 35:40, somewhere in there. and get ready to press play when I say now if you've got that paused, and we will finish this episode. Here we go. Everybody press play right now. And so even if you don't know this material, you know, from the comics, it's pretty clear where all of this is going to go, and yet I think it is still pretty compelling in seeing it happen in scene, so that we appreciate Matt's motivations. I don't think in worldview, like, sometimes things like this don't need to be seen in scene. I don't feel that way about this, and I don't feel like it's padded. Like, you could do a movie, and I realize the movie also gave us some of that, but you could do a movie where we're just told about that and we don't actually see it happen, but this gives us the room to do all of that. It also gives us the room to do this kind of character work for Karen and Foggy, and all of these dynamics are so well established and developed. John Ty, have you read any of the Daredevil Batman crossover? Are you talking about the kind of prestige format thing that was put out in the 90s? Or was there like another one somewhere? I'm pretty sure that was the only one there was. And yeah, I have. It's been a long time. I wish we still could do that kind of stuff with DC Marvel. But now it's Disney versus Warner's, so... Leo, I don't know that that Disney necessarily needs to wait a long time to reboot Daredevil, is if they do it differently enough. A lot of people don't agree with me on this. I think you can do a slightly more lighthearted Daredevil and still make it Daredevil. I really do. Considering the fact that we cross Daredevil with Spider-Man all the time, and we don't have to make like really dark, rough and tumble stories and be able to make that in order to make that work. Like, I know a lot of people really prefer this kind of take, this kind of Miller and then Bendis take on Daredevil, and I think you can still get close to that and not dumb it down too much and just not be quite as violent, quite as rough. It has to be different enough where I'm not thinking too much about this if you go ahead and do it very soon. By the time you started getting that in the works, it will have been at least a couple of years since that was off the air. And whether or not I think they will reboot it, I mean, they've as much as said that. I don't believe there's any chance that this show comes back, even as well liked as it is, just because. And I wouldn't. Here's the thing: I wouldn't want to see that. I wouldn't want to see, because Disney's not gonna make something, this R-rated. I wouldn't want to see a lighter treatment done with the same continuity and the same actors. If we have to reboot, or like, if Daredevil has to be rebooted in some way, I don't want it to be a soft reboot. I would want it to be a different thing. Robert, yeah, it's true that just bringing Charlie Cox into the movies would probably make a lot of people happy, but at the same time, that brings all of this stuff into continuity with MCU, and that could get, I don't know, maybe a little messy. Maybe not. It's pretty easy to ignore regardless. But I could be wrong. Nothing surprises me anymore, really. Girl looks really creepy with that thing on her face. She's like ghost girl.
This is important. I need you to know
He is very intimidating.
it's not just the play. I'm doing this because I enjoy it.
And then there's that big question of how much he actually enjoys it. And I tend to believe that he doesn't actually really enjoy it. He's trying to make himself think that he does to do what is necessary. And he's constantly fighting that while Kingpin... And again, you appreciate this more and understand it more when you see the other side of the coin. Whereas Kingpin is trying to believe that he's a better man than he is, and that he doesn't enjoy hurting people, and he absolutely does. I don't know if I agree that this is a obligatory vigilante torture scene, but it is in about the place in the series that you would expect it to be, certainly.
You need to get your things and leave.
AMC Comics. It would be so weird to see Daredevil in the MCU, as we thought it was MCU Daredevil for years. Yeah, it's all very awkward.
He wakes up, I'll be back.
And yeah, John Ty, I don't know if I commented on this already, but yeah, it is... I guess it is weird Disney's making a Moon Knight show.
Mike?
Again, I think you can do darker without having to go as far as this show goes. And, like, this show convinces me that it kind of needs to be as brutal as it is, but that doesn't mean that you can't tell a story where it doesn't. I think this is a very you can make anything work kind of thing, and I just got to see it done. It is now 7 a.m. here. We're at the 21-hour mark, and I have 3 more hours, folks, left to go. When this is over, I'm going to eat some breakfast. So I have to take another break just after like 15 or 20 minutes. But I didn't want to eat something right in the middle of the show. Robert says you can't just erase the Avengers references from the season. It doesn't fully stand on its own without the Avengers. That's right, but the Avengers doesn't need this, right? So it's one of those things where that can be canonical with this, or like yeah, but this is not canonical with that, where it starts from that place and acknowledges certain events that happen in those movies, but then kind of breaks away and does its own thing. And those movies never have to acknowledge it for it to use that stuff. Yeah, that's right. He's watching the fight from his, or listening to the fight from his room. I think it's really important that at the end of this episode, Matt is going to save a kid that is defenseless, can't save him, can't help himself. I love that as the ending to this episode. AMC Comics, it reminds me of the Sony Disney Spider-Man movies in that one property references the other, but the other doesn't acknowledge it. Yeah, it's exactly like that at the moment. Anyway. This kid has to carry a number of scenes. He's just fantastic. You know, now that I'm looking at him again, he looks a little bit like the kid that will later be in Stranger Things. It's not that kid, I don't think. Maybe it is. I don't think that's the same kid. I'm sure somebody can tell me. Okay, and then from here on, we're going to be in this last big action scene that is one of the monumental sticking points for the series. That everybody remembers this. It's iconic now, and it's gonna be. I mean, it's 8 more minutes left in the episode. Some of that, I'm sure, is credits. Like, this is a 5-minute, like, practically oneer. I don't remember if the camera ever cuts. This isn't impressive just because there's not not cutting, or there's not a lot of cutting. Because the choreography in this is insane, and in such close quarters. And I had really never seen anything quite like this. Yeah, that's exactly right, Steven. And then everybody had to do it. Right up front, we were just 2 episodes in, and it's like, we are not messing around. Okay, it's cheating. It's a cheating one, I think. I think there are places where we go into the darkness, and it would be pretty easy to cut without actually looking like we're cutting. And yeah, I agree, nobody's made one as good as this that I've seen. Robert says this action scene literally had an impact on Hollywood. A bunch of movies were inspired by it, like Atomic Blonde. Could we go as far as to say, to some degree, maybe John Wick? Can we go that far? John Wick loves comic books. It certainly is trying to be a stylized universe like this. And I think this action is up to par with that. Robert was saying John Wick just as I was. I don't know if he heard me saying that as he was typing that, or if we said it simultaneously. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there is the one in Creed. No, that's pretty good. John Wick predated this? Did it really? I mean, then it couldn't have, obviously, but I thought it was after this. Wow. Well, something was in the air then. But see, this whole thing is impressive, but wouldn't captivate me in the same way. I wouldn't be as emotionally wrapped up in it if it weren't for how the scene ends. That Matt goes through all of this, keeps getting knocked down, keeps getting up again. I don't know if he ever actually gets knocked down, but, you know, metaphorically. In order to save a kid, because he doesn't want him to go through what he had to go through. Charlie says there's rumors that Iron Fist will be in Shang-Chi or Shang-Chi 2. I'll be surprised if he's in the first one, unless they just kind of set him up. And that could be a way for them to draw the line in the sand and say, look, we know some of you guys like the Netflix stuff, but here's a different actor. We've recast him. That stuff does not count anymore. I really love going into these rooms. Or like Daredevil going into these rooms, but us staying in this hallway. Yeah, exactly, Christian. I don't think there's any way that if he's in that, it's the same actor. I think the reason I like that we stay in this hallway is because. And forgive me if I'm reading too far into this, but it's like he's using this as his arena. This is his ring right now. This is where he's gonna take these guys out and beat them. He does go into the rooms, but just to pull these guys out and then take care of them in the hallway. Man, that kid's gonna need some therapy. I'll tell you what, when I got to the end of this show, I felt like I needed some therapy, man. I'll never look at hammers the same way again. Ah, that was great. Nice flourish with the foot there at the end. Ah, it's so good. Yeah, cool. Ah, it's always great going back to that show. I think of new stuff every time I watch that. All right, guys, I'm going to go get some breakfast. It's already 7 o'clock. This is nuts that I've been here for as long as I have. Let me see what I want to do next. I'm going to have to disappoint some people, which is unfortunate because there's some stuff people really wanted me to do that I'm just not going to be able to get to. I can't do all of it. Well, speaking of Marvel TV, boy, it's going to be really weird going back to this, but let's go ahead and do the last episode of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. from Season 1, beginning of the end. This is a thing I haven't seen in a long time. It's going to be really weird going back to it, but that is on the list, and with some Marvel TV, I think I'm kind of primed for that right now. That, I think, is still on Netflix. Oh man, season 4 of Better Call Saul is finally on Netflix. God, I can't believe that took that long. It took so long, I'm going to have to go back and watch some more of that again before I watch the new season. I've already forgotten so much about that show. Boy, I love the last couple seasons. Alright guys, I'm just getting this set up and then I'm going to run off for just a minute. And I will be back in, say, about 5 or 6 minutes. I'm going to go eat something, like I said. And I will be right back. Thanks, guys. Hello, folks. I have returned. We're gonna take a look at the last episode of Season 1 of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., a thing I honestly never thought I would go back to. S.H.I.E.L.D. was a show that I liked okay early on, and after a while I just got really impatient with, because it just didn't feel like it was ever really going anywhere, especially satisfying. I remember liking this episode a lot. This is where Sam Jackson shows up, and we tie up a bunch of loose ends at the end of the season. It's pretty cool, if memory serves, some of the better action in the show, I think. But yeah, it's going to be really weird going back to this, because I haven't thought about the show in a long time. I gotta remember all these characters' names and character arcs and stuff. Yeah, I hope you guys will enjoy going back to this. I don't know if this is a thing very many of our audience still goes back and looks at, if this is a show anybody's kept up with. And keep in mind that I've not watched the last few seasons. So gonna just kind of watch this again and take it all in. If you want to watch it with me, which I encourage you to do, it's on Netflix. It's Season 1, Episode 22. Sync up with me if you can, and otherwise you'll still be able to hear the audio. We're going to go ahead and jump right into it. Everybody, please press play right now. The thing that comes to my mind immediately just getting back into this is the theme for this show. Bum 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 bum. Used to make fun of that all the time back when we used to do Primetime Crisis with this show. Oh yeah, remember that whole cliffhanger when Ward drops Fitz and Simmons out of a plane in a box? Remember that? Yeah, it's sad he's passed away. Oh, we got our Hydra link. Remember back when this felt like squarely in the same universe, and there was really no question as to whether or not this was canonical? And we kept, like, explaining kind of minor things in movies with the show. You know, the movies didn't know about it, but with maybe the exception of the thing in Age of Ultron with the helicarrier. Maybe. We dragged things out real hard with Fitz and Simmons and that romance, I always thought. Yeah, Bill Paxton. Man, he was great in this. I thought his character was fascinating. I remember this scene. This is fun, where, like, right away you don't realize that you're looking at that this kind of mundane office building turns out to be part of Hydra. And this was, of course, the place to deal with the aftermath of Hydra. It was really strange that right in the middle of your first season of your S.H.I.E.L.D. show, Winter Soldier comes out. Clairvoyant will live forever. Yeah, and not actually be clairvoyant. Remember that? That's what I did, Robert Wilde. I came back for a couple Ghost Rider episodes, and just to see what that looked like, and it looked kind of cool, but I wasn't engaged enough to keep reading. And then I kept seeing in comics ads for LMD as being like a whole half-season arc, and just rolled my eyes and thought that was hilarious. I've described the show this way before, but this is an uninspired show. At least very often uninspired, that just has a lot of some of the best TV people working on it. And it's unfortunate that they couldn't work on a show that they were more excited about making. It's like they tried really hard to get excited about making this. Yeah, Robert, I mean, it would have really clinched it if Coulson had shown up in Age of Ultron. That, okay, these things are connected, and that is indeed why you made that helicarrier reference, because we know that Coulson had a helicarrier, and that's probably where he got that. Man, this feels like a million years ago to me now. The reveal with Paxton was wonderful. Oh yeah, and there's Deathlock. Deathlock kept coming in and out of the show. I always wanted him to be a regular character. That never happened, where he would be there every episode. This is only the second, and then last time Sam Jackson appears in the show. I think it's really telling that in your S.H.I.E.L.D. show that lasts, 6 seasons now, the S.H.I.E.L.D. director only shows up twice, but then the S.H.I.E.L.D. thing has to fall apart right away because of the way Winter... Like, it's so weird the way that TV and movies weren't allowed to talk to each other, and you just wish that we had gone with some other premise that wouldn't have been affected by it like that. Yeah, she's still Skye. She's not Daisy yet. The Daisy thing happens during the Inhuman season, if memory serves. God, I feel like I'm taking a test I didn't study for. It's like I've taken that class, but I mean, it's been a long time. And then characters in the show that don't stick around forever and that I've kind of forgotten about. And of course, it was a really weird choice in the first place to spin off a show based on a dead guy. And I guess I kind of like the idea of trying to make a whole show about what if you bring back someone when dead really should be dead. Like, Whedon was always about that, particularly in Buffy. This idea that it's not something to be messed around with to bring people back from the dead. It's just, death is part of life. It's unnatural. There are going to be consequences for that always. And we didn't stick the landing with it with this, and it ended up just being kind of too easy. Christian, that's hilarious. So she had a new name every season: Skye, Tremors, Daisy, and Quake. I don't remember Tremors. AMC, remember that time they actually got Sam Jackson for a scene? Well, no, they did it for 2. So he pops in. This show always had stingers because it's a Marvel show. So it's got to be like the Marvel movies where it has after credit scenes. And he's in an after credit scene in the second episode. I think it was something about a fish tank. I can't remember. And then he's in more than a couple than just a scene in this. He's got a big action set piece at the end of this. Wanderer says they're going to introduce Sword in WandaVision. That's interesting. I keep wondering when that's going to pop in. Yeah. I really expected Fitz or Simmons to actually die at the end of the season, or at least somewhere earlier in the show.
We only get one shot at this, so let's go over the plan one more time to make sure we're clear on exactly what we're doing, okay? Trip and I will crest the bridge, use a noisemaker to grab it.
Yeah, Trip. That's right. I always liked Trip.
Fireworks and open a window for you two. You crawl in, grab the dealer, force his hand, he'll get us a race in the hall, and then Bob's your uncle.
Roger that.
Makes it sound easy.
Colson, it's a solid plan you've mapped out, but it hinges on a gamble. Big one.
Backup isn't coming. It just works. The outmans and outgunned.
Just, most of the characters in the show were just not compelling enough for my taste, and yet they were always pretty well written. And like I could tell you what they're all about, and they weren't amorphous. I just couldn't bring myself to care enough. It's really hard to put my finger on that.
Ready to kick some ass.
Robert Wilde, apparently Clark Gregg is playing a new version of Coulson in the final season. What, did he get resurrected a second time? Is it like the Illyria thing in the Angel? It's weird the ways in which this is a consummate Whedon show, in the ways it's not. It's being run by a lot of his alum from other shows. If you go back and watch a lot of Whedon shows, it has a lot of the same hallmarks and touchstones, but it does not have... I don't want to say there's like no heart at all in the show. It just seems like the people that made it, their hearts are not in it the same way.
I know you have plans for this time. I understand.
Always like the sets, okay. Oh, it's a different guy. Okay, weird. Yeah, John, a lot of this show did kind of bore me, and I kept waiting for it to go somewhere, and then there would be a big reveal, and I'd be like, that's it? That's the reveal? Okay. TH1 says a good part of season 4 or 5 was basically The Matrix. Weird. I don't know if I'll ever try to go back and watch this, but I'm afraid I'll just kind of fall asleep. Robert Weil, how much was Whedon actually involved with the show after season 1? I don't think at all, but like I said, a lot of... I can't remember, was it Jet Whedon who was involved in the show? I forget. But like a lot of... you know, producers and directors and writers from other things he did were, and so it felt in a lot of ways like a Whedon show. Evil Hydra Matrix was cool. Well, I may check that out at some point. I don't know. I'm gonna have some other things in front of that probably. AMC Comics, the later seasons are bonkers. You guys are making me morbidly curious. Certainly. Steven in this features actor Glenn Morshower in another role as a general. Yeah, I knew about that. Oh. TH1 like House of M, but with Hydra instead of mutants. Okay. Did somebody say no more Hydra? Because if you say no more Hydra, you gotta be careful what you wish for, because that can mean no more S.H.I.E.L.D. ever as well. I also want to know if S.H.I.E.L.D. gets, like, fully reestablished or not. And again, just the movies don't know it. Oh, really? AMC Comics says everything in the kitchen sink almost Gotham X. Wow! Well, I mean... I guess that shouldn't surprise me too much, although this seemed like it was trying to be more or less a sort of family show early on. So I'm surprised if that's the case, but... John, Cap, would it be that the characters are interesting but the plot is boring? I don't know, the characters are sometimes kind of interesting in the moment, but, like, they don't come alive as much as they ought to, and, like, it's a combination. It's a character plot issue. It's story in general. I just find myself at the end of the day constantly going, that's it? That's all you got? Some of this, like, problem-solving stuff with them is really good. TH1, no, but in the Matrix, everyone works for Hydra, and Hydra isn't in hiding. Oh, okay.
Welcome to our cybernetics subsection. Design, manufacture, install,
Yes, Mutali. Glenn Talbot was played by Nathan Petrelli from Heroes. Yep. And what I saw of him, I liked fine. I guess that's the thing, is just a lot of this is just fine. Like, it is, I don't know, it was difficult for me to get into. I guess these kinds of, you know, like military and like secret government organization kinds of shows aren't initially my cup of tea in the first place. So you gotta do something kind of fresh and new with them. This guy is always playing a general or a police guy or a member of the Secret Service. He is a major character in 24. And he shows up in First Class. He's an actor I like a lot. I forget his name right off. He even shows up at the beginning of Generations. The youngest I ever saw him, I think. I wonder at what point a lot of the actors in the show go, oh, we're not actually in a thing that matters for MCU. Or if they care. Or which of them do and which of them don't. Ba-da-da-da-da! Yeah, I forgot about Trip. Stunt work always looked good in the show.
The window's open.
Practice drills, compound security goes up. Tell us what the hell is going on out there, or you can kiss a government contract goodbye.
Sometimes this is kind of like an 80s action show, like an 80s police drama. Or I should say like a military thing.
What the hell is this?
Yeah, I like the theme too, but I always thought this show really needed a regular intro. Even though it's on broadcast, we don't do that anymore.
Why hear gunfire? Dying breath. This is your
Man, he is. This is one of those kind of ultimate and justifies the means characters. He is cold,
You threaten the United States
and I love all the background with him and Ward.
You're all just
Oh no, he's gonna die.
Listen, you crazy son of a bitch.
Yes. Demonstration.
Wanderer says one of the funniest things to me about the show was when they tried to pass off a warehouse in LA as some secret, heavily militarized base in Siberia. That's pretty funny. Yep, he's dead. So you're going to turn a corner with a character like this where either he's going to have to continue through a massive cliffhanger through to the next season, or you have to wrap up all of this in one episode.
He's psychotic. Did you notice that? I just had to lock up 6 government officials once. Butchered 7. Completely lost it in that.
Yikes.
Tell me you're following me. It's madness. Let's talk evolution.
I agree with you. In this case, you should. For the first time, both of us see things in life.
What are you talking about? I need him to get his head on straight.
Sky. We need Sky. That's all you ever wanted.
I remember there were a lot of ideas that fans had, a lot of theories about what Sky was. One was Spider-Woman. There were like all these clues that she was going to be Jessica Drew. Dave Atkins puts in a £5 super chat. Thanks, man. Rewatching Wonder Boys 2000. And remember the scene when Hank Pym walks in on Spider-Man and Tony Stark in bed? Oh, wow. Okay. I've never seen that movie. That's wild. I don't know if I should look at that or not, but thank you for the super chat. Robert Cat, would you consider doing an omnibus-style 24-hour live stream at some point? Where I have to, like, review 24 hours worth of stuff that I've consumed previously? I can't imagine that. That sounds like a lot. I mean, I don't totally know how that would work. But, I'll consider anything, certainly. This will probably not be my last 24-hour stream. I have really enjoyed doing this. It's likely to be something like this again.
This is a bomb. You know what those do. And you've seen Agent May here through the eyes of your super soldier, so you know what she is. You don't want to mess with us.
Uh-oh. Or am I remembering this wrong? And S.H.I.E.L.D. goes down in season 2. I think it's this season, right? Yeah, Wanderer, you're right. The title card with a sting was mostly popularized by Lost in Heroes. I mean, there were a lot of shows doing it before that, but I think around that point we just stopped having regular intros in general on broadcast.
Make some noise on the way out. Chip, the rest of the stuff later. I still want this place to burn.
A lot of stuff in the show. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum! A lot of stuff in the show about role of authority and where your loyalty should lie between a loyalty that you pledge to or your own morality.
Yeah.
Hi, John. Just calling to catch up.
That was some word choice.
Darn it. You outsmarted us.
Yeah, it's true. Better Call Saul does have an opening, a short but cool opening title sequence, but that's not broadcast, and more of those kinds of shows will do that when they're on cable. I have always wondered at what point the producers of the show decided what Sky is, because I just don't think the Inhumans thing ends up being remotely satisfying enough. Oh, she's an Inhuman. Okay. I just feel like there had to have been either another plan or they were hoping to come up with something really crazy and awesome and just didn't quite pan out. We have to wait to find out what it is for so long. See, of course, this falls in a different category than Daredevil, where that lived in its own pocket of the MCU for a long time, where it kind of didn't matter that it was MCU. Where, again, like we talked about with Daredevil, it could take things as canon from MCU, but that didn't have to go the other way. It sucks a lot more that things like this that are so directly connected to it, that started with a character that was in MCU, are not talking to it either way, and it ends up having the same thing Daredevil does, where there are events that, and I mean pretty much everything, that it considers canonical and that it even sort of tries to interact with, but if the movies aren't playing ball, then it kind of doesn't matter. And that became clearer and clearer, like, once again, continuity is not the most important thing if you're telling great stories, but I think this show got kind of disillusioned and disheartened because it thought it was part of this grand popular thing that it wasn't. People weren't really taking seriously. Yeah, I don't see that Hellstrom show going either, Claudia. Maniac Madness, Cap, you're a madman 24 hours straight. Commendable. Thanks very much. I mean, I'm not there yet. We'll see if I make it. I got 2 hours and 20 minutes left. Yes, John, the Inhuman push in other media was because Disney didn't have the X-Men. And now they have it. And all of that was a big waste of time, wasn't it? Especially all that Inhuman stuff that was taking over X-Men in the comics. Ugh. Yeah, I've heard of Hellstrom, but I don't really know who that is either. Hi, Theo, so welcome. Oh, there he is. Didn't expect that, except for the fact that Sam Jackson's name was at the beginning. But if you know, if it wasn't for that, you wouldn't have expected that. It is cool that that's who shows up and rescues them. I love that. No, I'm right, because this is post Sam Jackson excuse me, Nick Fury, Winter Soldier, because he's dressed like that. So I guess he's just kind of running off as a vigilante, like running his own missions. And if we could consider this canonical with the rest of MCU, this would be the very next thing we see him do post Winter Soldier, I believe. Look, don't throw a fit. Look, it's just time for you to live in this iron lung.
Looks like the back entrance to the factory floor is on the south side.
I don't even know what the cast of this show looks like in the later seasons. Like, I know there's people that we kind of switch in and out, which is fine. The thing's called Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., but, like, obviously, you've always got Coulson, you've always got, what's-her-face, you know, when you've always got Daisy, but then she's sometimes a fugitive, and sometimes they're after her, and, you know, I don't know where they're at with her right now. I don't know if she's back into the fold or not. This was such a big surprise with Ward. And a lot of people thought it was too boring and didn't think it was going anywhere early enough that they kind of didn't stick around long enough to see this happen. And a lot of people that I've talked to that didn't like the show, when they found out what this was, they're like, well, it wasn't worth 24 episodes, whatever it is.
You're not the evil of Frank Garrett is evil. You're just doing anything you're told. Garrett orders you along.
You woke up a weakness inside me. For the first time in a while, I wanted something for myself. I just take what I want
Hey, thank you guys that have been here with me
inside you.
overnight for a long time, whether you've been here since nearly the beginning, or you've checked in and out, or
You're not gonna kill some fun.
just popped in this morning. We've had a really nice
That will absolutely destroy
turnout all the way through this.
Why not?
because you slept with her.
And
She's
what a crazy... Oh, I forgot that they slept together. What a crazy experiment this has been.
Let's talk about incentives.
John Cap, does Wonder Woman have a secret identity like Superman? Very often she does, yeah. She's Diana Prince. And if... I always thought Prince was kind of an ironic last name. And if she were to ever just be Wonder Woman and not have a secret identity, she would be the princess formerly known as Diana Prince.
Hi, John.
TH1, I'm going to sleep good tonight. Day, what do I call this? Yeah, well, I mean, we're square into the day at this point. Now you just got to decide if you're going to throw your schedule off by sleeping all day. I probably will have to do that.
Sir? You don't have to call me Sir Coulson. Look at me. I'm dressed like I live under a bridge. Simmons turned me onto that
I'm
whole
dressed like I live under a bridge.
I went to great pains to make sure you didn't die the first time.
Now's probably not the best time, but
So,
Have a lengthy conversation with your
I'm of two minds about this because I feel like...
It might get loud.
And I don't know if he takes those sunglasses off, but I feel like he's wearing these sunglasses so we don't have to do the makeup for his eye.
That's a pretty good punch.
On the other hand, I don't like that he starts wearing the eye patch again immediately after we see him, like the next time we see him in MCU, because I felt like we were making kind of a point of, like, I'm keeping both eyes open now, I'm not keeping an eye blind to the truth at the end of Winter Soldier. And just symbolically, I don't like that he puts the eye patch back on. It seems like just because that's iconic and what he's supposed to look like. Oh. Garrett has some kind of powers. I seem to remember him... What, does he turn into a monster or something? I don't even remember. I don't remember what happens with this. I thought he transformed into, like, something.
reminds me of the old days.
You were never on top.
Grim Death says in later seasons they forced too many newer characters and split up characters more. Great. Gotta keep track of stuff.
Fury. Well, hell. When was the last time anyone saw a tag team wrestling match with 4 dead guys?
That's a good line.
See one dead guy in here.
Oh, the power's all on this side of the room, fellas. Bill, I'm surprised you tried stopping me. Of course, I don't blame you, Nick. You haven't seen the big picture. Big bang. Timeless frozen ocean. Like Bill here has. We share a bond. We're blood brothers.
You didn't tell me he'd gone this way.
Yeah, he's lost his mind. I like Garrett as a villain. I think he's great. I just wish we'd gotten there a little bit faster. Because at the point we finally did, I just didn't trust it. Robert wrote Nice Fury. Yeah, I'm with you. He has not been great since Winter Soldier.
I think I've waited long enough for this.
I think Sam Jackson's mostly just been given kind of lame stuff to do. Your line is, "What's with the duct tape?" Oh,
Hurry's in the hole.
You remember that speech you used to give us, Nick? About how one man can accomplish anything once he realizes he can be something bigger? Well, now I am.
A part of something.
Is that how it
a part of something bigger. But yeah, see, he's not just in one scene. He's going to be through quite a bit of this episode.
Misheard my damn one-man speech.
I'm the key to
And when he popped in, I assumed it was going to be just to save Fitz and Simmons out of the ocean, and that was going to be it. And I know he sticks around, and he does some shooting at the end of this.
Here. Okay, Ace. I need you to give me a message. Okay, something your father would know could only come from me.
Okay, Ace, you bat hound.
won't matter. I've already told you there's no way to communicate with Deathlock from here.
I don't need to.
Yeah, well, actually, AMC Comics, Dan's News and I also did a crazy long live stream like that ourselves here for Arkham. I'm with you on that too, Robert. It's weird how much Sam Jackson loves that character and how much enthusiasm he has, but it doesn't show much on screen anymore. Yeah, I completely agree with that. I mean, they're just not giving the material. I mean, I felt like there was a spark with him again in Captain Marvel. He got some okay stuff to do in that, and he was actually playing Nick Fury, and he got to be a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Oh man, that's classic. We gotta ruin our villain's face. It's good. You're a crazy person.
You don't want to do this, Mike.
Translate the words of creation.
Mr. Peterson's free to do whatever he wants.
Oh man. Well, that was painful. Boy, it was surreal when Jackson showed up in this. I thought something crazy happened with him, but I can't remember what it was. No, I'm with you, Robert. I mean, yeah, Captain Marvel has bad prequelitis, particularly with Sam Jackson and the cat thing, which I've talked about ad nauseum, but I hate it and it drives me crazy. But he's at least having a good time. So, like, coming back later, we do a couple of good episodes with Ward. Man, I haven't thought about the show in a long time. Like I said, it feels like a test I didn't study for.
Wilson said to bring you in.
There's just my hardware to watch behind you. Go ahead. I'll only be making amends for my actions.
The Bat Hound. Well, and look, part of my face looks like all of Garrett's face. That's a Deathlock thing, but I wish he got like a closer to comic book Deathlock costume. Not that anybody cares about Deathlock really, but that's not even a character that I like grew up reading. I just, you know, had he showed up on cards and oh yeah, I thought he came back and we were doing something with Garrett. I think I had an action figure of Deathlock. I forget what else. He showed up in some comics. Was Deathlock in... Like, everybody was in Maximum Carnage. Was he in Maximum Carnage? I can't remember. He was in something around that. Oh, man, now he's turned into RoboCop. This looks really good. Man. It's like souped up, super Deathlock.
There's a reason why they say cut off that hair. Now, I'll be unstoppable.
You guys, found it.
And see, like, that feels Whedon subversive, but somehow it... I don't know, I'm not laughing, I don't know.
Stupid, stupid, stupid. And cruel. And very stupid. Why bring me back in the first place? Silly, I didn't think it was the best idea. I warned you about people losing their...
That is a good question. Like, why bring him back in the first place? And if memory serves, the answer ends up just being Coulson's like, I just couldn't stand for you to be dead.
Goddamn glad I did it. When you want to build something, you need a strong foundation. You don't have to do people you trust. And I'm not afraid to cut off fingers.
But then every time you do a thing like this, it's like, well, what about all the other people that died under your watch that you could have, or that might now that you could resurrect?
Sometimes you protect one man against himself, other times you protect the planet against the alien invasion of another universe. So far, but the belief that drives us all is the same, whether it's one man or all men. That truth lives inside you.
So that's so vague and weird and ambiguous. Like, he's altruistic. He's the heart. He has the heart of S.H.I.E.L.D. So we had to bring him back to life because we just didn't have anybody else at all like that. I don't know. This is weird. If Skrulls are good, Secret Invasion is impossible. Well, not all the Skrulls. I mean, that's like a kind of a pocket, a family of Skrulls. Like,
No one else.
we know there's bad Skrulls in that universe. We just didn't see them. I thought I remembered Sam Jackson doing more like actual fighting in this episode. And now you're director of Makeshift S.H.I.E.L.D. Congratulations, it's not official at all. I just give you a handshake and go about my business and keep these sunglasses on.
Trading in my bird's eye view to solid feet on the ground. The last time you've seen me.
I think it's really funny he says that. It's like for 2 feet on the ground because
You know me.
at the end of Captain Marvel, we find out that he's been up in space. Oh, we do show it. It doesn't look as bad as I thought it did on the TV budget. Yeah, right. Coulson's resurrection absolutely was poorly handled. Because again, it feels like a mandate from on high. It's like you have to bring back Coulson and make a S.H.I.E.L.D. show. I don't know if that's true, but it doesn't feel like a thing Whedon would have wanted to do. I mean, if you can't use any major superheroes and you're never going to have major superheroes in your show, because, man, early on, I really thought that they would occasionally have somebody. Oh, I forgot he was in this. That they would occasionally have, like you know, a Thor or an Iron Man in an episode, and that never happened. But, like, if you're gonna do that... I forgot what I was saying. Oh, yeah, that guy was obsessed with lanyards. I remember that. But what I was gonna say is, if you're not gonna be able to do you know regular superheroes, I'm not really sure what premise I would go with. I mean, a Shield show is not a bad idea, of course, if you keep Shield around. You know, I always heard that it was Whedon's choice to kill him and bring him back, but that sounded so counterintuitive. I just never knew if I bought it. And then they all stood around for a picture that nobody took. Oh, wait, we got our stinger. With the girl who used to be in the flower dress. Totally remember what we did with this. Oh yeah, and then that's setting up the whole Inhumans thing. So yep, and then there's a stinger. It almost played like two stingers. So yeah, Rainbow Color Warrior, these will not be available right away. I'm going to try to find some way to make these available, but they won't be on YouTube because of copyright issues. And I may try to put timestamps in when I put them up. I don't know where they're going to be yet. So he's going to have his alien download thing. He's writing his Kryptonian symbols, you guys.
What?
Yep. It was kind of nice to do this kind of thing instead of like a straight up like, oh my god, everybody's gonna die kind of cliffhanger, I guess, because we just did that, you know, into that episode. But anyway, Patton Oswalt, that's right. But yeah, I don't like the explanation for why Coulson was brought back, but it was fun to see Sam Jackson in that. That is not as good as I remember it, to be honest with you. I don't dislike it all of a sudden, but it's not as good as I remember it. Okay, guys, it is 8 o'clock my time. I got 2 hours left, just 2 hours. I am gonna go take a break, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes. And then we are going to do probably some more cartoons. I don't know quite yet what we're going to knock out. But I'm going to have Jason with me, and he's going to help me finish out the day. There's Jason. All right, guys, you guys are wonderful. Thanks a bunch for being here. I will be right back in just a little bit. Hello, folks. We are back. Jason and I are going to watch some more superhero TV for you. We've got a little bit less than 2 hours left for the 24-hour stream, and so far, I have managed to hold out. We are now going to watch something that Jason picked. I finally let Jason pick something, and Jason wanted to watch an episode of the Green Lantern animated series, which is on DC Universe, if you want to watch it with us. The episode we're going to watch is called Babel. And it is your fairly typical episode with this premise where characters are not able to understand each other, and we call it Babel because of the Tower of Babel. It's episode 21 of season 1. Is this your favorite episode of the show, or just one of them? So it'll be fun to talk about that and find out why that's Jason's favorite episode. I'm not a big Green Lantern guy. I love the show. Jason and I watched this together all the way through. We binged it. Kind of fell in love with it. I thought this was a wonderful show. And a bunch of people in the comments are calling you a hero for picking this episode, or for picking the show. They love the show, and they're glad that you picked it. So good job. You picked a good one. And let's go ahead and jump right into it, guys. Find Babel on DC Universe if you're going to watch it with us, and get ready to sync it at timestamp 0. Get ready to press play when I say now, and we're going to jump right into it. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now. This has a cool intro. This is a show that I was so surprised to enjoy as much as I did, man. I had always heard that it was a really good arcy thing. It's got like 26 episodes, and it kind of plays more like 2 seasons. Like when I think there's like the Red Lantern season, and then there's the Anti-Monitor season.
Yes.
And it kind of watches. See, look, there's the Anti-Monitor without his head, and it kind of watches like two totally connected but separate seasons. So I felt really satisfied by the end of this. Like, I of course wished there was more, but it does feel like a whole show. And I love the Red Lantern stuff in this. It's really good.
I actually watched the pilot a few weeks ago.
Went back and looked at it again?
Yeah.
Are you gonna work your way through it?
Probably.
What was Aya thinking? She wasn't. At least not in the way she normally does. Once you two wizards find a way to get the interceptor moving.
Whoa. This was another show that was pretty toyetic, and it had toys, and they just didn't sell well, which, as far as I understand, is the reason that the show wasn't renewed. Haven't watched this in a long time, so I don't remember exactly where we are in plot. But, boy, where we go with Razor is not what I thought would happen. I loved it as this regular plug-in. That's really funny. Yeah, Wanderer, we are getting an HBO Green Lantern show. So we'll see what that's like.
Whoa.
So we're using Red Lantern energy to power the ship right now.
Deep fire thing.
I love Razor kind of battling with his rage through this show, trying to decide if he even wants to be a Red Lantern, and the things that he and the Green Lanterns learn from each other, and then later on he goes to kind of a monastery, and he becomes a different kind of Lantern, if memory serves, and his arc is so interesting.
Yeah.
AMC Comics, did you guys ever watch the Legion of Superheroes show from 2006? I considered showing something from that, because I've never seen it. Meanwhile, at Vasquez Rock Planet...
Yeah.
John, Cap, since you're not a Green Lantern guy, what made this show make you like Green Lantern? I mean, I'm still not a big Green Lantern guy. Part of it is I like Red Lanterns. It's a weird thing with me. I don't like Green Lantern, but I love the Red Lantern comics from 52. And when I found out they were in this, I had to check it out. And I really like how they handle them. It's a lot of fun. Atrocitus is just awesome and crazy in this. But there's just a really nice sense of characterization in this, and good archy storytelling. It keeps everything in mind. A lot of setups and payoffs you're not expecting, kind of like with the Young Justice. We're not constantly retconning characters back in order to tell the same story over and over again. Everybody that matters has kind of a real character arc over the season. And the rules are as consistent as I've ever seen them with Green Lantern. I don't know, it's just really creative, and it feels like, and this was a Bruce Timm show, but not in the DC animated universe, and like, it is 3D animated, but I think the 3D animation is pretty good. Just like Ninja Turtles 2012, at first I was like, I don't know if I really like this animation style, and then as I started watching it, I was like, no, it's pretty good. This has some really pretty landscapes and spacescapes and stuff. But anyway, it feels like the kind of, you know, Bruce Timm approach to like a different DC property that they had never just straight up done. And it might have been nice if this had been in the DCAU, but then they had Green Lantern stuff that they would have been beholden to. So starting over, I think probably helped them a lot, not being beholden to continuity. TH1 says he would rank it between DCAU and Young Justice. Yeah, I mean, I think it's in, like, middle of the road of best DCAU shows, maybe? Maybe even a little bit better than that? I don't know. I think there's some perfection of storytelling that they haven't quite gotten yet. I think this show is every bit as good as Batman Beyond. I'll go that far. Yeah, Jason, I remember thinking this episode was kind of fun, but it's certainly not my favorite episode of the show. Yeah, so now Kilowog speaking his own tongue, as is Hal Jordan, and they've lost their powers and their costumes, and they're gonna die.
You're dead.
They're not dead. Hi, David. 22. How you doing, man? I am 22 hours and 45 minutes into this, Jason. Because my translator works, you mook. Because I have a ring. Shut up. Spoilers, they don't die. The bunker's good. The bunker is great. You know, when I was talking about Daredevil earlier, it occurred to me that my lighting is a lot like Daredevil's lighting in his big, spacious, warehouse-esque apartment. I wonder if subconsciously that's not part of why I decided to light it like that. I've always loved that set. Boy, if I could get those windows, man. I mean, not here, it's a basement. I love the thought that was put into what Kilowog's language would sound like. So why do you like this one so much?
Because of them trying to figure out, like, what, like, all the
You like
other
the
languages.
you like the breakdown in communication?
Yeah.
Did you find yourself liking this more after you saw Darmok from TNG? Is that part of why you wanted to watch this one? Because we just did
Yes.
Darmok? Yeah.
Yes.
Sometimes a show like this will accidentally start having characters act out of character because they're speaking in a different language. So they'll start getting kind of silly or start getting kind of over the top. And this episode doesn't have that problem. Kilowog still totally feels like Kilowog. We just can't understand what he's saying.
Yeah.
AMC Comics says that my lighting in the bunker looks like the lighting in the Batcave and Batman Beyond. Oh, cool. Mutali Cap, are you grateful to have a kid that's into geeky stuff like you are? Well, yeah. Yeah, and I mean, like, Freddy is shaping up to not necessarily be as into, I mean, he's only, 5 going on 6, but like, by that age, Jason was already really into a whole lot of stuff I am, and Freddy likes a lot of the stuff that Jason and I are into, but he's also not, I mean, everybody has their own interests. Like, just because I'm raising him doesn't mean that he's going to be as immersed in some of the stuff that I like. So, like, yeah, I am certainly grateful for that I'm going to have at least one kid that likes to do a lot of the same stuff that I do with me. Jason is as into the Giants as I am. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, you're just watching?
Yeah.
I was talking about stuff that you like that I like.
Yeah.
Yeah, like They Movie Giants. Mm-hmm. And basketball is a thing that you've gotten really into. And Virtua Fighter.
A Virtual Fighter.
3 things that I love that Jason likes just as much. now he's gonna do charades. I don't remember how this episode ends at all. Oh, the other thing I really appreciated about the show is that it did the whole color spectrum, because that's kind of my favorite thing about Green Lantern now. Jason, what color lantern would you want to be if you were a lantern?
I don't know. I think I would probably be either like a Green Lantern or like, I don't know.
Would you be an indigo lantern?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd probably be an indigo.
But not a Star Sapphire? Or Star
No.
Sapphire's all women? You have to be a
Yeah.
woman to be a Star Sapphire?
Yeah.
One thing I liked from one of the animated movies, I forget which one, is it starts raining rings on Oa because all the lanterns who died, since they've lost the ability to use their rings. Yeah, I don't know where that is. I don't know if I've seen that right off. Yeah, would you be an orange lantern? Orange is the greed one because of Larfleeze. AMC Comics says that Indigo's his favorite too. You should definitely watch back through this, Jason.
Yeah.
You were like sucked into this again.
Yeah.
But you always thought of yourself as a Green Lantern fan,
Yeah.
if memory serves. You've always liked this material more than me. That looks like a Klingon knife. What is that?
I have no idea.
It looks like a really long syringe. Okay, no, that's a knife.
It's yours. We're coming out with the move next month. Enjoy. You want Carol. That's not gonna happen. Guys, can you help me explain here? That's not what I had in mind.
What we do with Carol and Star Sapphire is really interesting too. That was the thing I didn't expect to see happen. I'm pretty sure I would be red. I'm a very hateful and spiteful person. Well, that's unfortunate. Sorry to hear that. Everything about that thing is Star Wars. The sound effect, the way it moves, the design of it, everything about that is Star Wars. That's a Star Wars thing. You see that thing? It's a Star Wars thing.
Yeah.
That's also a Star Wars thing.
Yeah.
Those are like Star Wars tanks.
This is just like a Star Wars planet.
Well, and to be fair, Green Lantern has a lot in common with Star Wars. It is more of a science fantasy thing than anything. I always think of Green Lantern is a lot more of a fantasy thing than a sci-fi thing. After all, the powers are based on emotion. It's not the most hard sci-fi premise. I mean, it's not straight up magic. Like they say that, you know, it's the energy from the emotions. There's not a lot of scientific basis in that. Like, and considering this is 3D animation, that just looks like stuff right out of Clone Wars to me.
Okay, we've only got one shot at this. Razor, you take the 3 guys on the left. Kilowog,
You take the ugly one. Which one's the ugly one?
take the ugly one in the middle.
Oh, he does say ugly one. But at least he specifies where. I did not remember that. It just seems like that's how those kinds of scenes always go. You take the ugly one. That was a Ninja Turtles 2 reference, Jason. Which one's the ugly one? Ow, my face. You hit me so hard we went to commercial. And those things look like Star Wars things. I'm just going to keep doing that.
You still have no idea what I'm saying.
Why would that have changed at this point, Hal Jordan? Hal's just not always the brightest tool in the crown box.
Yeah.
For some kind of gladiator thing.
Okay, so it's 2 of these standard sci-fi premises
Supposed to fight that guy?
thrown into one.
It's almost an insult.
It's the underground slave fighting ring on top of the we can't understand each other episode. I had forgotten about that.
Now he could be a problem. I guess we're the main course.
Garidnak. Oh.
Guys, our best chance is to attack
Oh.
his legs and bring him down to our level.
Yeah, you want to do that. You want to do that Luke Skywalker thing at the beginning of Empire. I'm just gonna keep making Star Wars references. That's my whole plan. It's gonna be nothing but Star Wars. What do you think of the design of this monster?
It's kind of weird.
Did you say raisin? I think the rings have universal translators in them. That just explains everything.
Yeah. Oh,
No
yeah.
man escapes the manhunters.
Oh yeah.
How many times do you think we heard that phrase in the series?
Oh my gosh.
No wonder I can understand it. It has green.
Like ballpark number.
Now that could be useful.
95?
Yeah.
Probably 95?
95
Nope.
times.
No man. Nope. No man escapes the manhunters. We just over and over and over and over and over.
And then to make matters worse, Dad just kept doing it over and over.
Oh, I know. I drove
So
him crazy.
Remember when we were on Odom? Manhunters run on the same energy our rings do, and there just happens to be one of them, what's left of it, hanging on that big guy's neck.
It's cool how this is tied into the A story of the season right now. Because it seems like just one-off episodes that's not going to have anything to do with any of that. And then this Manhunter reveal is pretty good.
We are lanterns because of this and this. It's not the rings, it's us. We can do this.
I actually buy that they kind of know what he's saying right now.
Yeah.
Yep, that's good. He's like an action figure that lost like a big part that like pegs in. You just gotta peg it back in. Look, it looks plastic. You just peg it back in. Oh man, it's got skulls on the front of it. So it saves trophies, but it seems like just a monster thing. Is it? Huh. I just wonder how intelligent this creature is.
Blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might beware my call.
You know, it's unfortunate if you don't have enough time to say that whole thing.
You know, actually, when he in the pilot,
Michael, no.
in the pilot when he
He says I missed the stream, and you're gonna have to do it again. John, I like what I read of the Green Lantern Star Trek TAS crossover. I never finished it, but I will eventually. Anyways, all right.
so
I'm sorry. Did you have something to say?
yeah, but
What's up?
oh yeah, in the pilot he actually just says beware my power Green Lantern's light, and then and then like puts it into the ship.
Is this sort of like when you say it's morphin' time, but you don't have to go through the entire morphing sequence,
Yeah,
just so the bad guys can't stomp your face?
yeah, but apparently he had to do that when he fought that monster.
Hello, Bag Studios. Good morning. Bag, I did a commentary on the Spawn pilot, cause you asked me to. That's his mother. Oh yeah, and you would have known that if you could understand the aliens. Yeah, it's kind of cool. They got themselves into that situation because of the language barrier issue.
Yeah.
If there wouldn't have even been an episode if they didn't have that. If they didn't lose their rings. I mean their powers.
Yeah.
So do you? I mean, you said you picked this maybe partly because of Darmok. Do you generally just like heroes lost their powers episodes?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You know, your mom hates that.
Really?
Yeah.
Despite the obstacles, like lanterns are supposed to. I guess my pep talk hits home in any language, huh? Good dog. One for one for all species.
Oh, maybe they didn't at all catch what he was talking about. Real inspirational. What did they think he was doing when he was like this and this? You know, like brain freeze, heart attack. Like what? Like yeah, it was fun.
Mhm.
Cool. Thanks for picking that, dude.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Mhm.
All right, I got an hour and a half before I'm gonna collapse.
Yeah.
Hour and a half. So I gotta figure out what we're doing next. And I think it's probably gonna be more cartoon episodes. I've gotta pick
Yay.
stuff that Jason can do with me. Boy, we did get quite a bit of this done.
Wait, Lois and Clark.
Don't reveal stuff that's on this list. I don't think we're gonna get to them.
Okay.
Okay, guys, I need to grab a disc, so I'm just gonna do a very, very quick break. This will not take too long at all. We'll be right back. All right, folks, we are back. We are going to watch now an episode of the 87 Ninja Turtles, the Ninja Turtle show, of course, that I grew up with, the original cartoon, with one of my favorite characters from that show, Metalhead. We're gonna watch the making of Metalhead. I haven't seen this since I was a kid, years. I don't remember what happens in this episode, except I'm pretty sure there's like an evil switch, like a switch that just turns him evil. I don't know if he has that, but I'm pretty sure that happens. And anyway, Metalhead has become one of, if not my favorite characters in the IDW comics. It'll be fun to go back to his origin. This is going to be a thing that's going to be harder for you guys to watch with us because I don't think there's anywhere streaming it right now. If you have a way to watch it, if you have DVDs or you can find someplace online that is streaming it, the episode is, and I put it in the comments here, so you guys would have a second, but it's season 3, and it's called Making of Metalhead. And I'll wait just for a second in case some of you guys want to stream with us, but you'll at least be able to hear the sound. So, yeah, I wanted to make sure and get some Ninja Turtles in here. That was a plan yesterday, and we didn't get to it. So, Jason hasn't seen a lot of the show. I thought he'd enjoy this. Wish we had time for some 03, some stuff like that, but I don't have a great way to watch that show right now. So I do have this, so I thought we would do some of this. Are you guys ready? Let's go ahead and get right into it. If you are syncing it with us, get ready to press play when I say now. And if not, you'll be able to hear it, and we'll tell you what's going on. Here we go. Everybody please press play right now. Jason, you know about Metalhead?
Yeah. Kind of.
No, we're not doing fast forward, Divid 22. That show is notorious. I've never seen it. Everybody hates it. So you've seen this show only a few times, probably.
I have only seen, like, the first episode.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So, of course, this is a super silly show. It's pretty typical for an 80s cartoon, except that it looks grittier than it actually is, particularly the initial 5-episode miniseries. It is like He-Man in that a lot of the characters are created as action figures first, and then an episode is created to give them some sort of a backstory so that kids will want to play with them. And that's kind of the whole point of the show, but it got so popular after that initial miniseries that they kept making it, and it went for 10 seasons. Christian, the 2003 show was on YouTube. That's how we were watching it too, and most of that's been pulled now. Unfortunately. Yeah, John, not anymore. We looked it up yesterday, and the first 9 episodes were there, and everything after that was gone. The turtles are sick. What is that a picture of on the wall? That was weird. I don't know if we even get Shredder Krang action in this show. I generally consider this the Shredder Krang show, and if it's an episode where they're not in it, it's not great, at least to go back to as an adult. They're kind of an old married couple, so it's fun to go back and look at that. Oh yeah, of course I played the NES game. I suck at it. I can't do it. Divid 22, we haven't done any live-action Turtles on this stream. Dan and I did commentaries on like a quarter of that series, so I wasn't going to do commentaries on anything that I've done very much with in the past. Oh yeah, they are here, and they created Metalhead. I didn't remember that. I wasn't sure where he came from. It's clearly a robot. Hey, Shredder, just look at it. He's like, what is it? Pay attention. It's a robot. The way Metalhead is handled in the IDW comics is absolutely brilliant. I've talked about this a whole ton, so I won't go into it real hard, but Donatello is thought to be dead in that series, and then he transfers his consciousness into Metalhead, which they had built as just like a helper thing. Okay, so the drill module here, I always wanted that when I was a kid. The toy for that. I thought that was the coolest toy. Besides, of course, the Technodrome. But anyway, and then when Donatello takes his personality back, he still leaves his personality like it's duplicated in Metalhead, and Metalhead thinks he's Donatello at first, and then when he realizes that he can't feel the way he used to, he starts to have different experiences and turns into a different person. And it is some really cool identity stuff. Divid22. Krang versus MODOK. Who wins in chess? I'm thinking MODOK. I think MODOK wins that. Yeah, John, the IDW comics do now have a female turtle. It's a character that has been in that book for a long time, who, in order to save her life, she had to get a blood transfusion from one of the turtles, which turns her into a turtle. No wonder I have never dined on turtle soup. Nope.
Wait, so does Shredder, like, work for Krang in this?
That's what Krang thinks, and Shredder... I mean, they just fight all the time. Like Shredder doesn't want to think of himself as subservient to Krang, but he's also kind of less powerful than Krang because all that technology is Krang's. When I was a kid, I thought Krang was female.
What?
I thought Krang was a girl. Because he's got this really high-pitched voice.
Yeah.
Like Shredder, and I was like, I thought it was a girl. Hello, Guidi. Good morning. I feel like I just saw you. Has that much time passed? Did you sleep since I talked to you last? Yes, exactly, John. Shredder and Krang are an old married couple, and it's very funny, and it's like a sitcom. We could just send out Metalhead so we can see Metalhead. It's a super cool design. It was my favorite action figure of the Turtles, and I still have him. I still have my Metalhead. Wow, Guidi, that's crazy. I don't know where all... Robert, does Krang really even have a gender? Well, Shredder refers to Krang as a he multiple times, so I guess he does. I don't know how the Utroms, or whatever you would call them in this, procreate. I don't know if we ever even see another Krang in this. I want that shell rug, Jason.
Yeah.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. They dumpster dive like everything. How did they find... well, that's not fair. Maybe they sewed it. Maybe they put it together because, like, they build a bunch of technology. It's probably just nostalgia, but in some ways these are still my favorite Turtles designs, or at least the designs of the figures. That's the thing that made me fall in love with this franchise. And some of the first action figures I ever had. One of my early memories is getting a Donatello. And I still have him. I don't have all the accessories anymore, I don't think, but I still got him. My absolute favorite Turtle designs are, of course, the 90 movie. I'm just realizing how the sheer amount of Ninja Turtles content we've had on the channel, and how big of a fan I am of this.
Oh, it's the Turtle Pox.
Wow, TH1, you have also not slept. I feel that way myself sometimes. The linebacker TMNT figure. No, I don't have any of the football TMNT figures. I do have 2 of the 4 Star Trek Ninja Turtles figures, though. I sure do. Oh, I love the Tendrome so much. He's got the Turtles ninja skills. And I'm sure we will see him do amazing ninja footwork, Jason. Which will amount to flipping a few times and not using weapons. Metalhead doesn't have a signature weapon because he has just a bunch of guns and things in his body. He is like Gizmoduck. I also loved Gizmoduck. I guess I just liked robot versions of our heroes. John, do you have the Ghostbuster Ninja Turtles toys? No, I've not bought those Figures these days are more expensive than I want to pay for them sometimes. So that's not a priority. I would love to have those, but... What do you think of this show, Jason?
I like it.
You notice how we just go back and forth between the turtle lair and the Technodrome, just over and over again? And now part of a conversation. And now part of a conversation. Metalhead's not really RoboCop because he's not made out of a turtle. Like, he just looks like a turtle. And RoboCop is a guy that's, you know, made more machine than man. No, oh, Cap, are you tired? Probably.
He doesn't know.
Probably, but I have been in a mode for a good long time. Oh, here it comes. Okay, so, wait a minute. Why don't they just send anything up through the turtle's lair, then? If they know where they are.
Yeah.
I might have talked over some silly line they had about how, like, the robot, for some reason, because he's a turtle, knows where they live, but they could follow him. I mean, like... So this is a Power Rangers problem, but almost worse, because it's like, how come you just never attack the heroes when they're on their downtime? You know exactly where they are. This is even worse because then you finally did. Why didn't you do that seasons ago?
Yeah.
I'm very confused. Yeah, he's more like Terminator. Well, Guidi, we have about an hour and 10 minutes left. So, and we've got like another 10 or 12 minutes of this show. So we're going to have time for maybe a couple more cartoons. Oh no! Adrian, the Reds are polluting the lake! He's kind of just Inspector Gadget. Is there a reason it needed to be a turtle? Oh, because that looks cool as an action figure. That's why. Ow. So sometimes the Technodrome is like at the Earth's core, and sometimes it's actually in Dimension X. No matter where it is, they're always able to send people over and just keep the same status quo. Just like Power Ranger villains being on the moon.
Oh yeah.
Turtles and Power Rangers, man, really similar things. Sorry, what?
Yeah, slice and dice and rice and ice and mice
and make great julienne fries. Why are we just rhyming? Why are we doing that?
Because you said slice and dice.
You're acting like you're the one that's been up all night. Are you like not awake yet?
No,
Like
I'm not awake. I'm still not awake. Ah.
Oh, Division 22, I love Pinky and the Brain. We're gonna watch some Pinky and the Brain sometime. I have all of that.
Wait, is Pinky and the Brain like a superhero show?
No, I'm not saying we should watch that for this. I'm saying you and I at some point
Yeah.
should watch Pinky and the Brain.
Yeah.
One is a genius, the other is insane. Although, like, it is a super villain show. They're trying to take over the world, but it's not. You know, there's no superheroes.
Yeah.
Well, no wonder I never addressed the Turtles as the Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles because I don't live in Europe. Everyone's concerned about TH1 because he's been awake all night. Also, we have heard... I show you about this, Jason. In this 24-hour stream, we have heard 3 out of the 4 Ninja Turtles voices as other characters in other things. Leonardo was He-Man. And, of course, Michelangelo is the Tick. That's Townsend Coleman. And then Raphael is, I mean, all kinds of things. I forget where we heard him, but he's Rob Paulson. He's in all kinds of stuff.
Wait, really? Did you?
I forget
hear
where we heard him.
All of them in all of these.
We sure did.
Wow.
Forget if Rob Paulson is. He's Arrow, or an Arrow. Excuse me. He's Arthur. So two of those are in the Tick. I think we might have heard him again somewhere. I can't remember. We were going to hear him in an episode of The Mask. I was going to play that, and then I couldn't find the episode. It was on YouTube. I couldn't find it. I thought that would be really odd to show, but I ultimately wasn't able to get my hands on it. Yeah, John, I have read the Power Rangers Justice League crossover. It's not good. Sorry to say, but it was not great. Now he's just Raphael. Oh, he can sound like all the turtles. Well, yeah, and Christian, I mean, Paulson was like 92 other things, too. I just couldn't remember what we heard him as over this day. I thought there was something else other than Arthur, but I think that it was probably just Arthur. Well, that's useful. You could just keep him around just as a Bebop and Rocksteady detector. Jason, when I was little, these were the toys that all my friends had. Everybody had turtle toys. And if it was in the show, they made it.
Why did they bring
those
April?
things that they're riding on in the sewer? Like, they made those.
Wow. Well, they were also in the video game.
Well, that's true. They were, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been playing that. We've got the arcade 1-up Ninja Turtles arcade machine, and we've had that for a couple weeks
And
now.
we have
a lot of fun with that.
We have a lot of arcade machines. We have like 4.
We have 4 now.
But one of them
pretty
doesn't
fun.
work.
We're working on it.
That guy didn't come.
He's coming Monday. I talked to him. Yeah, Batman vs. TMNT was great. Shredder's voice seems off this episode, and I don't know if there's somebody else voicing him, or if he's just off this episode. I don't think he was ever voiced by somebody else, but he just sounds weird. Genius! Because we fixed him, we reprogrammed him, we made him what we wanted him to be. Okay, let's all go topside and hope that nobody sees us. Divid 22, I always wanted a Technodrome, I never got one. So a couple of years ago, we bought the Mega Bloks Technodrome, 3,000 pieces based on that toy, and built it. I've got that down here. It's wonderful. I like it better than the original toy. I also bought part of a Technodrome at a yard sale last year, but it would take quite a bit to complete it. It would get kind of expensive, and so I don't know if I'm going to do that. But yeah, so I have part of, I have like, I don't know, 60% of a Technodrome. Oh, Shredder was more than just James Avery? Okay. All right. Well, that one's definitely not James Avery, because he doesn't sound right. Divid 22, Jason, what is your favorite Ninja Turtle?
Raphael.
So this episode is called The Making of Metalhead. When we first meet Metalhead, he's been made already. Not really about his being made or anything. Yeah, a lot of the major pieces are there, Divid 22. It's just... I don't have the eye. Everybody lost the eye. And some of the, you know, smaller pieces are missing. And people nickel and dime you on eBay. You can go buy a lot of that stuff separately, but I did the math. I think it would cost me like, over $100 to complete it. Now, if you get a complete one in the first place, it's anywhere between $200 and $300. So it might be worth it. I would probably need to get new decals too. It's just, I don't know how badly I want to do that since I've got the Mega Bloks one. Like, I have a cool Technodrome set up. I don't know if I need to have that just to say I have one, because I'm not really a huge Turtles figure collector. I mean, I'd love to be. They're just not the cheapest things to collect these days. And I have so many collections, and not immediately a place to put that. It's hard to watch the show and not just talk about action figures. Is it the Daily Planet? I have a big giant planet in your lobby. I'm behind this thing. I work here. I don't know what this is. I don't know what that is. Yes, Robert Wild. I'm gonna move into a full-scale, real-life Technodrome if we ever move out of this house. That's my plan. What do you think, Jason? Should we live in a Technodrome?
Yeah.
Would that be cool?
Yeah.
Do you like the Technodrome?
Yeah.
It's like one of my favorite vehicles.
Yeah.
It's so cool. I like the choice to have all the Turtles' voices voicing Metalhead, that he doesn't have his own voice. David 22, so Cat Pal's life is a gaming channel. I don't know what you mean. Yeah, Christian, I know the first season of The Mask came out, but I didn't think of that until like yesterday. I wouldn't have had time to get it. No, TH one, and I don't know why I know this,
so
but yeah.
So is Metalhead just like, does he like show up?
Well, look how big he is compared to the other Turtles. What do you mean, does he show up?
Like in more episodes?
Yeah, he comes back. So everybody came back. So TH1 is talking about the made-up comic book character Warrior Angel in Smallville, and he says Warrior Angel had a Technodrome. It's actually not true. Warrior Angel had an aerodrome. It's like a Technodrome, but it flies. Wonder, did you guys get the comics, movies, or cartoons first? Cartoons for me, and in fact, we first... My mom brought home Turtles cartoons on Betamax and didn't realize there was a difference between Beta and VHS, and was like, oh, we don't have a VHS player. To go back and get a VHS. Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
No, he should be dead. How's he breathing? How's he breathing? There's no air holes! How's he breathing? Well, that was fun. Wasn't as much Metalhead in that as I would have liked. I guess it was just the making of him, even though he was made already. Okay, we've got 1 hour. And we have one really silly thing that we want to show at the end of this that I don't know if anybody's going to care about but us. But we really want to do it. So hope we don't upset anybody. But we have a thing we really want to do. Let me see what else I could show. I think all the other cartoon stuff we pretty much did. Oh, you know what? There was a Freakazoid episode that Blue Dragon 5 wanted us to do. We'll just do really silly, stupid cartoons for the last hour. Jason, let me go ahead and pull that out. I'm going to go ahead and take one more fast break. This won't take long. I just need to pull a disc out, and I'll see you guys in just a second. It's going to be a Freakazoid episode. In fact, I'll tell you which one it is in case you want to sync it with us. He seemed... Yeah, Blue Dragon 5 seemed excited for us to do this. Hero Boy, Season 2, Episode 5. I think this is... I don't know Freakazoid that well anymore. I think that might be the origin episode, but I'm not sure. So anyway, we might still be listed as a gaming channel, Divid22, if that's what you're talking about, because we are with Machinima, which is actually defunct now and was taken over by another company, but we're still with that company. As far as networks go, but I digress. Okay, we will see you guys in just a second. All right, guys, we're back. We are into our final hour. We're going to watch an episode of Freakazoid, and then we're going to do something really silly right after that. Is everybody ready? Let's go ahead and jump into it. This is Season 2, Episode 5 of Freakazoid, and I don't know if anybody's going to have a way to sync this up with us. I've got the discs, but you'll be able to hear the audio, and we're going to watch this. This is going to be Jason's first exposure to Freakazoid.
I have no idea what the heck this is.
Jason, Freakazoid is another superhero parody thing. We were like really big into superhero parody in the 90s, and it's part of the Steven Spielberg lineup of Warner Brothers shows in kind of the latter half of that stuff. So after Tiny Toons and Animaniacs and things like that.
Oh, and DuckTales.
One of the kind of that would be Disney.
Oh, that's Disney.
Yeah.
I forgot.
So Pinky and the Brain,
Yeah.
shows like that.
Okay.
And then weird little known shows that and things that like didn't even get released, like Hysteria. Anybody remember Hysteria? Yeah. Okay, guys. Here we go. Everybody, please press play if you're able to watch this with us right now. Okay, here comes the crazy theme song. Actually, I don't know if it opens right away with the theme song, but I think it does. Nope, we're experiencing technical difficulties. We're not actually experiencing. So Freakazoid is crazy. It does whatever it wants to. There are no rules with the show. Maybe less so than the thing we're gonna watch after this, but Freakazoid. This is a great song. This is another super earwormy thing. I think we've watched some of the most earwormy and catchy theme songs of all time during the stream. Dun dun dun. He got sucked into cyberspace. Because he's a lunatic. That's the lobe. This will wake you up in the morning. Jason is already freaked out by this.
Right now.
Freakazoid. I loved the show. I don't recognize any of those writing credits. Eric and I went back and watched the pilot in the first episode or two after that when we got these discs, and it's just crazy everything it got away with. Oh my god, it's got is this for a minute I thought it was real ears. This show will do anything, so I didn't know. Yeah, I don't know this episode right off. I don't think it is what I thought it was. What? Okay.
What?
Oh wait, maybe this is what I thought it was. I'm actually not sure right now.
Godzilla. Technically.
Oh yes, and he's got a hilariously bigger head than his body. Summon Hero Boy. Well, that's why I was wondering if this was the one I thought it was. I thought that was Ricardo Montalban, and Ricardo Montalban is the villain in the Origin episode, but this is clearly not the Origin episode, so I guess he's recurring. I didn't realize that. Yeah, the villain in this is voiced by Khan. Ricardo Montalban. Yep. And he's great. So we're making fun of Godzilla movies and Japanese monster movies in general, and Japanese superhero things. And we're kind of making fun of dubbing, even though he's clearly not dubbed.
Japanese animation. That's what it is. Hey, I like that show. Don't get me started. Oh, this videotape just arrived. The messengers.
John, yeah, we'll definitely review Superman Red Son. I hope it's decent.
Put it in. I would.
That would be a VHS tape, not a Betamax tape.
Okay.
I mean, you know the difference, right?
Yeah.
Hello, Freakazoid, my old dear friend.
It's Ricardo Montalban.
What?
It has been much too long, my friend, since we have exchanged cordialities face to face.
I can't believe he did this. I don't know if he ever did any other voice word.
This is something I wish to rectify.
Khan, the guy from Fantasy Island. They're putting out Fantasy Island as a horror film next week.
If you are not here by precisely 1 p.m., I will have Jocko.
Yeah, guys, I will go ahead and try to throw the Cosme Group link back up real quick. I don't know. I was not able to get it working a lot earlier, but I don't have Skype running also, so maybe we'll be okay. I will try it so you guys can see this. Okay, guys, the Cosme Group is working right now.
Only 8 minutes. I must succeed.
So click on that link and see if you can see the show.
What the?
And he has a freakmobile. And that's the cop he's always dealing with. That always just wants to go do things with him. This is actually more linear and closer to like a regular story than this show sometimes gets. Okay, cool, it's working, guys.
Your tummy's gonna get all irky.
No time!
I must succeed!
And see, he flies around as like a disembodied head with electricity coming out of the back. Because he has computer powers. So he's like, all digitized.
Yeah.
Look at that thing. Oh, yes, and Ed Asner is the cop. That's right. Ed Asner was in everything. And was, of course, Jonah Jameson in the 90s Spider-Man show. But yeah, he's got a great dry wit in this. Freakazoid says nut bunnies a lot. This is so weird. I don't know if I've ever seen this episode. He can't decide if he wants to vaporize the world or summon Jocko. Look, they're standing in height order. You see that? Also, I like that they're a barbershop quintet, and that they're not harmonizing at all. Yeah, TH1, that is definitely a deep pull reference. It's like a Disney musical. You know what? Actually, maybe I have. I thought he was in multiple episodes, but maybe it's not. Maybe this is the one where he says "Revenge is a dish best served cold." He will say that. Okay, looks like somebody might have commandeered my room here. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying.
What is going on right now?
It's insanity is what's going on. Oh, he has a clone. I just can't even believe that they got Ricardo Montalban to be in the show. It's hilarious. No, I think he is in multiple episodes, and we've introduced because I thought we introduced him in the origin episode, which is not the pilot, by the way. Hello, Thomas Lowe from Malaysia. How you doing? Thomas, we're doing Freakazoid, and right now well, it keeps kicking out on us. I'm trying to show it to you guys. Yeah, guys, I'm sorry, this isn't working.
Where am I supposed to be while he's doing all this stuff? Here?
He did 4 episodes of Freakazoid? Wow. Oh, it's just kryptonite. I don't know how they got away with that.
Copyright.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
Oh, well, what are we talking about, though? It's Warner Brothers. Like, they own kryptonite. They can say that.
That's the Green Lantern. Oh, shoot. Then how about some water in your face? Are you melting?
Yeah, see, that's now the second DC reference they've made, and he's not a DC character.
Oh, we're wasting time. What is your weakness? Well? Never tell the villain how to trap you in a cage.
Yeah, TH1, I know. People are coming here in the room. I never figured out how to stop that from happening. I didn't know that was a thing people would do, and have been streaming all day and didn't have a chance to look closer at it. So I don't know. Yeah, we have plans for Dan's and I are figuring that out for next time we do one of these. Neuter bank. The show is so strange. It's one of those things that, like, I don't totally know who it's for. Like, I liked it when I was a kid, but, like, it's... You sort of have to have, like, to be older to even get it, but then... I don't know how many older people it even appeals to. It's such a... I don't know how this show got made. Like, I felt that way about The Tick, but this, like, way more so. This is kind of a self-indulgent show. Absolutely. Oh, look, a sandwich. What is the obsession with sandwiches?
I have no idea.
What do you think of the show?
So weird.
You like it?
Yeah, no.
No? You don't care about it?
It's just too weird.
It's too weird? It says G major on the screen. That's great. Spielberg had cocaine, that's how it was made. Oh my god. I gotta show this to Jeff. Tonight on America's Most Hated. Yeah, that's absolutely... This was just a whole bunch of drugs. Like, this is... Again, I don't like to use this term, and I don't use it lightly, but, like, it's kind of review-proof. Like, you either think this is funny or you don't. It is one of those things where the lack of internal logic is the internal logic. It's all over the place. Do whatever it wants to. Somebody referred to this as PG Deadpool before Deadpool. I think I agree with that. It is sort of like that. Which is why I was never a Ren and Stimpy guy. It's not a thing I really watched. I don't know what that is. I've seen an episode or two, but...
Why did he tell him his weakness?
Because he was being an idiot. And he was like, oh, I'm dumb. Because he's just scatterbrained and never thinks before he does anything. And he's kind of a nutcase. This cop is so funny every time he starts talking. The Yakov Smirnoff Film Festival. That's really fun. Oh, so this is like the Tick versus the Uncommon Cold. Oh, that's a twist. He's gonna take his brain.
What is going on right now?
He's gonna take Freakazoid's brain and put it in a clone. Now, here's why that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So, you're gonna make a clone that you think you can control, but you're gonna give him the brain of the guy that you won't cooperate with you. But the brain is the nerve center that makes the guy not cooperate with you? So how much sense does that make? What about the body?
And that's probably what's going to
Transfer it
happen.
into that metal cylinder. Okay. And then you'll be a Freaka clone. Okay. That's just... I don't see how that works. Even in this context, I don't understand. Oh, Christian says Rob Paulson did voiceover work for this too. But this episode? Or just... Oh, that's why he had Shadow across his face the whole time? And also they have to do that because that's like Khan, when he messes up half his face. Because they keep just doing Khan things. Are they doing a flashback from a previous episode? Oh, I didn't even remember what he looked like before. Unless this is all new footage and they're just... I wonder if this even happened in another episode. The meta stuff in this is really funny. What? They went to like public domain, like 1930s footage. What? Because there's a guy in it. Oh my god.
What?
We'll tell you who has the better Deadpool voice, Nolan North or Ryan Reynolds. As far as just voicing the character, I think they're sort of neck and neck. I think Ryan Reynolds writes a lot of his own material, and that's what helps make a lot of that really good. But I think they're kind of on par as far as voices go. Oh my god, I can't believe this is still going. This is really funny. I can't watch too much of this show. Yeah, Jason is confused. For the record, I didn't pick this, okay?
I know.
Gotta think of other things. No, Jimmy, we've got half an hour left on the stream after this. I've been at this since 10 a.m. yesterday morning. Nobody requested any Superman TAS, and we didn't throw any of that in, unfortunately. Maybe if we do this again, we'll do some of that. But the next thing we're going to pick is a guilty pleasure of mine that I think very few people here will care about, but maybe you'll still enjoy. We'll see. But I knew it would keep me awake in the last half an hour, which is why I picked it. This is so messed up. So he pretends to fly around, even though he also can fly. Wanderer figures out as a stoner comedy disguised as a kid's cartoon. That's about the long and short of it. Just like Adventure Time. I've never watched Adventure Time.
Me neither.
I'm really glad he picked a Ricardo Montalban episode. That's great. Okay, so Innocent Freakazoid. So, you don't like that show?
It's weird.
It's odd.
Really weird.
Okay, guys, we're in the home stretch. We got one last thing to do.
Yay. And then Dad's gonna, like...
Collapse?
Yeah, he's gonna go to sleep for, like, the rest of the day, or maybe, like, the rest of the week.
Okay,
But,
so we're gonna watch something that I love. and that Jason has started liking a lot too, and he kind of asked me if we could do some of this, so I threw this in there too. We're gonna watch. This is barely a superhero. It's initially based on a superhero thing. We're gonna watch some Cartoon Planet. This is Space Ghost, Brack, and Zorak, and I'm gonna send you guys the link to this because this is just a YouTube video, and you guys will be able to sync with me.
Is this a good
So that was
episode?
insane. This is also insane. I'm not sure. I kind of picked a random one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You should have done Love That Brack.
Well, I want to show you one you haven't seen yet.
Oh, okay.
I thought about doing some Coast to Coast last night late, because the only time to watch, like, this is insane and super silly, but Space Ghost Coast to Coast gets very insane, and
Yes.
that would have been really fun to do super late at night, but alas, I had a bunch of other things. We got behind, and I had a bunch of other things I wanted to try to get to, so we didn't do that. So instead, we're gonna stop with an episode of Cartoon Planet, and I'm gonna start pressing play here in just a minute. So everybody, there's a link in the description now for the Cartoon Planet episode, so just pull that, and you can sync it with us. And if anybody needs a timestamp during this, just let me know. Is everybody ready? Let's see if
I'm
everybody's ready. Hopefully.
You're ready.
Okay, everybody. I'm going to give everybody just a minute here. See if everybody is able to pull this up.
That guy's ready.
Okay, everybody, please press play right now. So, this is a crazy variety show that was kind of a Space Ghost Coast to Coast for kids.
So I say to him, hey, I don't think the joke is funny, but I'll do it. You know why? Because I'm a
A
professional.
lot of this was just improv with animation added.
Don't know funny. 5 seconds. Yeah, you're funny. Funny luck.
Senior Nerd, we had to go all the way. It's a 24-hour stream, man. Okay, there he is.
yeah.
There's the dancing Space Ghost guy. There's a compilation of every one of these this guy does on YouTube. It's like 6 minutes long.
What is wrong with this guy?
Well, what's crazy, imagine this, he got paid to do that.
What?
So hot. I ate one of those whole hog hoagies for lunch. It's laying on my stomach like a concrete block.
That's gross, Space Ghost.
Why don't you try sitting on the potty for a while?
No potty humor.
She believes all of life's problems can be solved by sitting.
Dang it, why did we immediately have to get to potty humor? I hope we get some decent songs in this episode.
Would spend a little more time.
Steven, I started the stream at 10 a.m. yesterday morning. It's a 24-hour stream. And for those of you that weren't able to make the stream, it's not going to be available on YouTube, but I'm going to try to post it somewhere else this week.
Well, have you tried sitting on the... You know what?
Man, why did we have to pick a potty humor episode? I mean, it'll just be this one segment, I'm sure, but they don't go here a lot.
Try exercising. Get up and run around for a while.
I can't. This black
I should have previewed this before. I just picked this based on the title because I thought it was funny. I've been influenced a lot by this show. This is where Mailbag Day comes from. It's why I call Mailbag Day Mailbag Day. Hey everybody, it's Mailbag Day.
And also, the monkey show was also
Yeah, it was heavily influenced by this. That's absolutely right.
Wait, when you were dancing around in the Spawn costume,
I was kind of thinking of this. Yeah, I get a lot of stuff from Space Ghost. It kind of helps that nobody knows anything about the show.
Okay, I got it. Do this. Stick your head in a bucket of water and inhale deeply.
my tummy ache.
It won't. But it'll be funny, don't you think?
Have you seen the mask on VHS? It had a Space Ghost thing after the movie. I didn't know that. I mean, yeah, I did have that on VHS. Steven, we actually have recorded a Sergeant Nemesis commentary, and I just haven't posted it yet. I need to get that up.
What was
Yeah, the Brave and the Bold crossover with Space Ghost is great. Man, wish I picked a different episode. Hopefully we get some songs here in a little bit. Brack songs are great. Zorak speaks Italian. What is that smell? Yeah, that's right, Daniel. Last Space Ghost interviews are great examples of splicing in old footage with animation and making them work. That's right. Or making them incoherent and hilarious.
Dad,
What?
Celestia, shut up!
We haven't had one song yet.
When I was an apprentice evil villain, I studied with the wise and terrible Gandorf the Mad Grinder.
What the?
Taught me all the basics. Sneaking up from behind, the use of diversion.
Now it's Ultraman footage. The reason the show was never put out on DVD is because it had a whole bunch of licensed stuff that they did not have the licenses for anymore. It had so much of this kind of footage.
Looks like a duck and smells like a duck. It must be a chicken. I didn't know what in blazes he was talking about, so I asked him to explain. Think of it this way, he said. It is a wise mantis that always leaves the house in clean underwear in case he gets run over by a hydro tanker. It was then that I knew that Gandorf had lost his mind. So I bid him farewell and left to pursue my criminal.
I think you should start holding your hands like Zorak.
Given my present
Just do this.
circumstances,
Just all the time. This is how Jason sits now.
No.
the Mad Grinder
Zingar.
today.
Zingor.
Three-time loser.
Zingor.
How to use the Force, eh?
I just couldn't get the hang of it.
Far out in the great expanse of the Pacific Ocean lies the romantic city of Honolulu, capital and chief seaport of the Hawaiian Islands.
What are we doing? Oh yeah, it's Brack's Hawaii vacation.
What?
How did you do that? So, my wife is also a big fan of this show. We love Brack. And, Sarah used to do a perfect Brack impression. I've never done anything on this stuff, because I don't know what I would say about it. I just grew up with this, and I love it. I can't explain it. This is one of my favorite things. Because it's insane.
Oh yeah.
Well, I don't know if I've changed as a man, but this is certainly a new experience. I would do this again. This would be great. Not like tomorrow, but I would do it again. I can't believe the stream's almost over either. It's nuts how fast this has gone. Yeah, Daniel, Brack show's hit and miss. It gets too weird for my taste. There's some great episodes, and a lot of it is just hard for me to watch. That last season is awful. I think we picked an episode a little bit too late, Jason. This stuff's not quite as good as some of the early stuff.
Early.
Zora,
We should
can
have
you
watched like
help
the
me?
first episode.
We should have. I just wanted you to show you something new.
Yeah.
This mask is really itchy. Find a way to die. No one understands me.
I'm tired.
Yeah, but I've only seen like one episode of it, and only like half of it.
Oh. Well, you know a lot of content from Space Ghost Musical Barbecue, though, and a lot of that's, you know, early, like, half first season.
Behind in your basement, the ultrasonic waves cannot find me there. Albert Einstein, eating beans and macaroni. My milk supply must not deplete, for that could mean the end of the world. Must have 2% milk. And so it was
Must have 2% milk.
banana stand.
It's obvious that Zorak's mind has become ensnarled in the frayed and tangled fishing line of temporary insanity.
I used to be temporarily insane. Now I'm just stupid.
Send in the clowns.
Yes, well, right now we've got a show to do.
No, you have a song called "Don't Send In the Clowns," Zorak. Why would you suddenly start singing that?
What would you say to a taste of my power?
It's really sad that we lost C. Martin Crocker a couple of years ago.
Buckle up, Spanky.
He voiced Zorak. And I mentioned this on the stream yesterday, but he,
Not today, son.
they just don't even do it. But after he passed away, they put all of Space Ghost Coast to Coast up on the Adult Swim app, and you can watch them for free. And Moltar, yeah.
You are funny. How come Space Ghost and Zorak aren't as funny as you? No. Kinda sad though, isn't it?
Kinda sad though, isn't it?
People in the park. I have to go. Your fan, Leah. Bye-bye. Here's one from Alex in Louisville. Dear Brad. Brad Pinambo. Brad Pickwick. Rocky Pickle Daughter. Gotta head like a roadside sign. I think that he has lost his, mind.
You didn't have much to lose.
No, I suppose not.
Yeah, I didn't care for Bird Spring either, Steven.
Also for me. Dear Brad, my name is TJ. You should host Cartoon Planet. Zorak is too green, and Space Ghost should be put into a red zone filled with cool stuff. I wouldn't mind trying that myself. Let's see here.
Space Ghost should be put into a sock filled with
They
coleslaw.
laughed when you come on. Cartoon Planet would be a giant hit if Space Ghost and Zorak made you king. Nancy Trier, Houston. Yeah, I keep telling you, you guys made me king. We'd be rolling in it. And I mean rolling in it, baby.
Put a lid on it, medicine man.
Right.
Oh, and here's wait, that's weird. How is Don't Sit in the Clowns in the same episode where he starts singing Sit in the
That's
Clowns?
so-
That's so weird.
Tater tot. We're going to the circus whether you like it or
Oh yeah, Daniel, those last seasons are like really hard to look at. They're crazy.
good.
Of Coast to Coast.
Hide. She kicked me in the rear. I said, all right, I'll go, but let me just make
One thing clear.
Don't send in the clowns. Don't send in the clowns. Don't send in the clowns.
See, like now we're using Yogi Bear footage. Like, there's, I mean, I think they still have Hanna-Barbera stuff, but there's a lot of footage they just don't even have the rights to anymore. If only they hadn't done that. Because Space Ghost didn't have any licensing rights issues. In a dress. It was okay, I guess. But so Zorak has a few really good songs. Brack's got my favorite songs. I Love You Baby is one of my favorite things. It's so funny. Like, how's Brack even singing like that?
Wait, that's Brack?
Well, they animated him singing.
Yeah, but like...
I hope we get one more Brack song.
I have a big brother named Matt. He's very strange. My mom says strange is not a nice way to describe Matt. She prefers special.
That's Smells Like Cartoon Planet.
Matt used to run around the house shouting, "Ging, ging!" We used to think that Matt was pretending to be a train because sometimes he would
Yeah, Wanderer, that's right, with MST3K.
One Christmas.
Robert Wild. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, this was a Cartoon Network thing. It was short-lived. It was on for a couple of years. It has a big cult following. This in Coast to Coast. Enough that Brack got his own show on Adult Swim, which, like I said, is really uneven.
Los Angeles.
Los Angeles, yeah.
Attention, Virgo. You thought Peggy Sue would be surprised by your little spur of the moment visit. You scared the cat over. Well, you're not. That certain someone who pointed out that you had a booger on your shirt the other day has forgotten the whole incident.
TH1, no, I think this was more like 97, 98. Beef jerky. Hey, no Kadesh. I don't really know how to commentary this. I just like watching it. This is just a, I don't even want to say like hilarious throwback to 60s stuff. Like we just commandeered characters from a 60s show and made something else completely. And like this isn't even a talk show like Coast to Coast was. Like I don't know what this is. It's just a really silly variety show with a whole lot of songs. It's the best kind of waste of time. Quack. Like, of course, we cut corners really hard on animation. We animated, like, a few things. And then, like I said, we would record stuff and then go in and take the animation and just, like, kind of approximate putting it in. We did the same thing with, Coast to Coast. Zorak will, like, change colors of his outfit.
Was that thing from that one show? I forget what it's called.
I'm not sure.
It's like the future.
We're doing more letters, but it's not Mailbag Day. Why isn't it Mailbag Day? We have all these letters, but no Mailbag Day.
Do you have cute pet nicknames for them, like Sweet Pea or Mr. Blister? If Brack was our pet, we would call him our fiery hunk of ambition. Love, Sarah Wares, and Mary Boyette. How long you been living next to the power lines, girls?
How long have you been-
Here's another letter.
Where's my agent? One of my favorite bits in the show is when Brack talks about how he never gets out from behind the desk because his legs aren't animated.
I talked to them.
It's the best.
Listen, ants. Phooey. I like ants. I like to eat them.
You know what?
Yum, yum. Eat them up. Eat them up.
Oh yeah, the Superman animated series is better than most people remember it. I mean, it's just wonderful. I think that's the biggest thing that has been made that could most turn people around on Superman if they don't like Superman.
Also known as Tom from Brazil. P.S. I don't write P.S.'s.
I think this letter's for me because it says Dear Brack. I think you're stupid. But that's okay because I like stupid. Doo-dah. Daniel Boyd, Rockville, Maryland. P.S. I was jumping down 3 steps.
Live action dinosaurs. Oh, dinosaurs, yeah.
Hurt my head.
I was like, live action dinosaur show. It's my favorite show. It's called Live Action Dinosaur Show.
I do it so much I don't even notice it anymore.
Tally, would you want to see a direct-to-video adaptation of Superman Earth 1? Maybe. I mean, I think that could be great. I think those trades are... Or those graphic novels are kind of one big 3-act story. And I don't know if you could do that in 80 minutes. In fact, I'm pretty sure you couldn't. You know, and make it as great. But maybe if they did the 2-movie treatment again.
Messages from
Yeah. Not the mama!
This message was beamed to us on Cartoon Planet from Zelba Fitzgerald from Grant Planet Moon 6.
God, it's just letters and messages.
My hubby, Gar, is off somewhere fighting the armadas of...
Oh, I remember this.
Whoever they are. Whilst he was away, he missed the hatching of our first offspring. Gar Jr. had much severe difficulty...
Yeah, Steven, I'm not planning on watching the Oscars this year. But I'll find out what happened tomorrow. Some of this is closer to coast-to-coast stuff.
But once born, he was soon frolicking and cavorting in general with his friend Zippy.
And more Ultraman.
What is up with Ultraman?
I don't know. I guess they're technically bookending with it.
I was thinking of going back to work, but I would need someone to tend little Gar Jr. until Gar returns from his silly skirmishing. Boys with toys. Anywho,
Boys with toys.
let me know. This is Zelda.
Yeah, they did bring Cartoon Planet back for a little bit, Daniel, and
What they did?
well, they weren't as long. They were just like really short segments that they would sandwich in between cartoons, and but they were fun. That's where the pizza song comes from.
Oh, really?
You remember that?
Yeah.
This is the pizza song.
Guess what I'm doing?
It's a pizza song.
I'm going cruising in my...
I'm with you, Steven. Yeah, Tommy Wiseau on Space Ghost would be amazing.
I'll be cruising in my big fat ride.
Yeah, you guys, I can't believe you guys that have been here the whole time. Robert Wild, TH1. Has anybody else been here the whole time? I know John Ty's been here for a long time.
Oh, I am not.
Anybody get close?
Shut up.
I always love the closing of the show. Yeah, I don't know what sketches are in what by episode title. I'm glad we got to watch some of this. This was not the best episode, but some of you guys could get a taste of the show. I love Zorag and Bragg. Andy Merrill is hilarious. Hospitality. Re. Ghost Planet Productions
Wait a
or
minute.
Industries. What's up?
We didn't get the theme song.
Yes, sometimes they do that and sometimes they don't. It's not always there.
Oh.
Well, guys, we technically have 8 minutes left in the stream, but we're done with all the stuff. I mean, there's nothing like we can watch in 8 minutes. So, I guess if you guys want to do just some real quick Q&A, we can answer a couple things real quick.
Yeah.
Jason, you want to stick around for a minute?
Sure.
And, yeah, we will stick it out until 10. Because I have been, I mean, we've taken breaks, but, you know, to move out, deal with technical stuff, and to eat, and move out discs and things. But if anybody wants to talk about anything for just a minute, we'll do that. But I'm going to get going right at 10 o'clock. Stephen, Mark Hall, how tired are you, Captain Logan? I'm not sure. I know I'm probably, when I finally lay down, gonna crash like crazy. But I'm feeling pretty good right now, honestly. I feel like I could get away with driving, with driving heavy machinery right now. I won't, but I feel like I could. I feel like I could probably read a book for 10 or 15 minutes and retain the information. I feel like if I absolutely had to put a gun to my head, I could probably do at least 2 or 3 more hours of this. If I absolutely had to, I could. I'm not gonna. I'm not suggesting that, but I think if I had to, I absolutely would. John Ty, Jason, what is your favorite Megazord? Been talking a lot about favorite Power Ranger stuff lately. Yeah, what's your favorite Megazord?
I'll have to think about that.
Wanderer Cap, what is the question to life, the universe, and everything? It is something that equals 42, but I don't know what the actual question is. If I did, then A, I would probably understand everything in the world would be my oyster, but B, Douglas Adams wouldn't have had to write Hitchhiker.
Wait a minute. Okay, so my...
All right, what is it, man?
I think my favorite Megazord is the SPD Delta Squad Megazord. That's probably my favorite.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Daniel Davis, Cap, is this the longest you've ever stayed up? I've gone until 5 in the morning a few times. No. It's close. Well, it's probably tied. Because I did a 24-hour... I didn't stream, but I watched 24 in 24 hours back in 2010. That was 2010.
Wait, you did?
I did. I did a whole season of 24. So the season began at 7 a.m. in the show, and so I got up and started at 7 a.m. And so, like, that show's in real time. So when the sun went down in the show, the sun was going down in real life, and it was awesome. It was really fun to do.
That's cool.
I did a couple of videos just talking about the experience, but I didn't actually live stream it. And at the time, there wasn't a great way to live stream. It was so long ago.
You couldn't live stream on YouTube yet?
No, not on YouTube.
But you could go on.
But when you say you've stayed up till 5 in the morning a few times, I mean, Eric and I have stayed up till 6 or 7 back when we were doing the omnibus.
But like, you didn't they have stream back then? Or was that also...
There were websites that would do it, but YouTube wasn't one of them. So what you would have to do is you would have to let everybody know on social media where to go. And we used to do some live streams that way. TH1, you should have recorded it. I should have. I didn't have a good way to record that back then. Mutale, I've got better equipment now. Mutale, Jason, who is your favorite Green Lantern?
Definitely, what's his name? Green Gardener.
Guy Gardner?
Guy Gardner.
Green Gardner. I'm the Green Gardener.
I was the Green Gardener.
Plus the Purple Gardener.
Yeah.
All of my plants are purple. Robert Wildcap, what do you think is the most challenging thing you've ever done on YouTube? It was... I mean, I know this is... I'm a broken record and I'm always going back to this, but I mean, it was finishing Spawn Year, certainly. I didn't get that done in the time I wanted to. I wanted to finish it in a year. Getting it done by October 31st, when I finally decided it was going to end on Halloween, was really, really hard. That is probably the hardest thing that I have done. Well, guys, we are really close. I think we're going to go ahead and... Stephen McCall, are you watching the whole season of Picard? Probably begrudgingly. I'm not happy with it. I liked the pilot okay, and then the second episode disappointed me, and by third episode, I'm like, ugh. I'll talk about it eventually when it's over. I will probably finish it. I don't know how to not see what they do with 7 of 9 and stuff, but I don't think it's good right now. So I don't know. Do you watch any other channels like Collider or Jody's Corner? No, I mean, not a lot. I watch Red Letter Media occasionally. I watch some gaming channels, and that's about it. I do. I
used to watch a lot of stuff.
I watch SNES Drunk. He's a SNES and other classic gaming reviewer. He's really good. And I watch Metal Jesus Rocks.
You watch Cinemassacre.
So yeah, because I'm a fan of VPGN. Yeah.
But
Steven says thanks for the stream. Yeah, absolutely. This was a blast. We had such a good time. This is absolutely crazy. I think Kappa has not affected me yet in any way, TH1. Hopefully it won't. But yeah, I'm, well, we have had a few videos demonetized and stuff, but nothing major. For the most part, it's not really affected us. I really have got to get going, but thanks everybody so much for being here. You guys are great, and we're gonna get going. I'll see you again on Thursday night for the next Captain Logan show, and we will have other cool videos out this week. Definitely want to do something like this again. Really lucky that it worked out the way it did. We had some technical issues, but at the beginning, it looked like we weren't even going to be able to broadcast at all, so really lucky that it held together. Steven, Captain Logan, do you like the Lego video games? I like them okay. Not my favorite thing. My wife likes them more than I do. I was really into Lego Dimensions for a while when that was going. But anyway, I gotta bid you guys farewell. Thanks a bunch for watching, and we'll see you again really soon. And I will get these streams up in another